Close your eyes for a moment and imagine standing in front of a massive stone fortress. The year is 1842, and you're in London. Before you stands a building that seems to have been designed not by architects, but by people who understood the language of fear. The walls rise up like cliffs of dark stone, blocking out the sky. The windows are so small and so high that they look like the eyes of a giant creature, watching but never revealing what lies behind them. And then there's the gate, massive iron bars, and thick wooden doors reinforced with metal that looks like it could withstand a siege. You hear a sound that makes your blood run cold. The grinding of metal on metal as the gate opens. The echo of footsteps on stone. And then the slam. That terrible, final slam of the door closing. The sound reverberates through your entire body, through your bones, into your soul. In that moment, you understand something profound. You are no longer the person you were a moment ago. You had a name once, a story, hopes and dreams, and people who loved you. But none of that matters now. Now you are a number. A body that will be broken through labor. A spirit that will be crushed through isolation. A human being who will be systematically reduced to something less than human, all in the name of justice and reform. But here's what makes this story even more disturbing. For thousands of people living on the streets of Victorian England, starving and freezing and desperate beyond measure, this nightmare was actually an improvement. That's not an exaggeration. For many of the poorest members of society, going to prison meant having a roof over their heads for the first time in months. It meant knowing where their next meal was coming from, even if that meal was barely edible. It meant not dying of exposure in a London winter. When your daily reality is so horrific that losing your freedom seems like a fair trade for basic survival, something has gone catastrophically wrong with the world you live in. This brings us to a question that should haunt us. How did Britain's prisons become places so terrible that they drove people insane, destroyed families, and broke human spirits with cold, calculated efficiency? And why, despite knowing how destructive these places were, did British society build 90 of them in just 35 years? What kind of thinking? What kind of philosophy? What kind of desperation leads a nation to invest enormous resources in creating machines designed to unmake human beings? Tonight, we're going to walk through those iron gates together. We're going to explore the Victorian prison system and all its terrible complexity. We're going to meet the people who lived and died behind those walls. We're going to understand the architecture that was designed to control every aspect of human behavior. We're going to witness the labor that served no purpose except to exhaust and degrade. We're going to hear the silence that was enforced so strictly that it drove people mad. And we're going to discover that this isn't just ancient history. 32 of those Victorian prisons are still operating today, right now in 2025, still holding human beings in buildings designed over 150 years ago, based on philosophies we now know were psychologically devastating. Let's start by understanding the world that created these prisons. Picture London in 1838. The city is transforming at a pace that would have been unimaginable to previous generations. The Industrial Revolution is in full swing, and it's changing everything. Factories are rising up across the landscape, belching smoke into the sky. People are flooding into cities from the countryside, looking for work, looking for opportunity, looking for any chance to survive. But the industrial age, for all its promises of progress and prosperity, is also creating unprecedented poverty. You're standing on a street corner in the East End of London. Around you, the city pulses with life, but it's a desperate kind of life. You see children who should be in school working 12-hour shifts in factories. You see women selling whatever they can, doing whatever they must, to feed their families. You see men who've been injured in industrial accidents, unable to work, begging for coins. And you see yourself, hungry in a way that goes beyond normal hunger. Your stomach stopped growling 2 days ago because there's nothing left inside it to digest. Your children haven't eaten. The workhouse won't take you in because you owe money from the last time you were desperate enough to seek their help. Winter is approaching, and you know that people freeze to death on these streets every single night. So you make a choice. It's not really a choice, because you don't have options, but you make it anyway. You steal. Maybe it's bread from a baker's stall. Maybe it's a coat that someone left unattended. Maybe it's some fabric from a merchant's cart. It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that you get caught. And once you're caught, everything changes. You're arrested, tried, and sentenced. And now you're being taken to one of the new prisons that Britain has been building at an astonishing rate. Between 1800 and 1840, reported crimes in England exploded from about 5,000 per year to over 20,000. The authorities were panicking. The old methods of dealing with criminals weren't working anymore, or at least they weren't acceptable anymore. For centuries, Britain had relied heavily on execution for even minor crimes. You could be hanged for stealing a handkerchief. But even the Victorians, who weren't exactly known for their mercy, started to think this was excessive. There had to be a better way. Transportation to Australia had been another solution. For decades, Britain had been shipping criminals to the other side of the world, making them someone else's problem. But by the 1830s, the Australians were getting tired of this arrangement. They were trying to build respectable colonies, and having thousands of convicts arriving every year wasn't helping their image. They started complaining loudly to the British government, essentially saying, "Stop using us as your dumping ground for criminals." So Britain needed a new answer. And the answer they came up with was ambitious, expensive, and ultimately devastating. Build more prisons. Not just a few more, but dozens and dozens of them. Make them big. Make them modern. Make them based on the latest thinking about crime and punishment. And most importantly, make them so absolutely terrible that no one would ever want to commit a crime again. Between 1842 and 1877, Britain embarked on one of the most ambitious building programs in its history. 90 prisons were either built from scratch or massively expanded during this period. This wasn't just construction. This was a statement about what Victorian society believed about crime, punishment, and human nature. Now let's follow you through those gates. You arrive at the prison in chains, probably in a cart with other prisoners. The first thing you see is the building itself, and it's designed to overwhelm you. This isn't like the old ramshackle jails of previous centuries, cramped dungeons and castles that leaked and smelled and barely contained anyone. This is something new, something modern, something that looks more like a fortress than a building. The stone is dark and forbidding. The walls are thick enough to withstand artillery. And the windows, those tiny, narrow windows, they're placed so high up that you couldn't possibly reach them even if you wanted to. The gates open, and you're led inside. And immediately, the stripping away begins. This is literal before it becomes metaphorical. Your clothes, whatever rags you've been wearing, are taken from you. Every single item that connects you to your old life is removed. You're given a cold bath. And when I say cold, I mean freezing water that makes you gasp and shiver and feel like your skin is burning. This isn't about cleanliness, though that's what they tell you. This is about shock. This is about making you understand, on a visceral level, that your old life is over. If you're a man, your head is shaved. If you're a woman, your hair is cut short. Again, they say it's about hygiene, about preventing lice and disease. But it's really about identity. Your hair is part of how you recognize yourself, how others recognize you. Taking it away is taking away part of who you are. Then comes the uniform. It's made of rough fabric that scratches your skin. It's often marked with broad arrows or stripes, patterns that make you instantly identifiable as a prisoner even from a distance. If you somehow managed to escape, everyone who saw you would know immediately what you were. The uniform is deliberately uncomfortable. It's not supposed to fit well. It's supposed to remind you, every single moment, that you don't belong to yourself anymore. You belong to the system. Your body is no longer yours to control. Your time is no longer yours to spend as you wish. Your identity is no longer yours to maintain. You are now a number in a register, a body to be managed, a problem to be solved. But here's where the Victorian class system reveals itself in all its grotesque glory. Not everyone had the same experience entering prison. If you had money, if you came from a family with resources, you could buy privileges. You could get better food. You could have a private room instead of sharing a cell. You could receive visitors. You could have books to read, letters from home, even the ability to keep a pet. Yes, you heard that correctly. Some wealthier prisoners in certain institutions kept cats or birds in their cells to keep them company. There are historical accounts from debtors' prisons in the early Victorian era that describe a surreal situation. In one section of the prison, middle-class inmates who could afford to pay for privileges essentially ran their own little society. They organized musical evenings. They had concerts in the courtyard. They lived in relative comfort, all things considered. Meanwhile, in a different wing of the same prison, poor prisoners were starving. They were sleeping on stone floors without blankets. They were dying of diseases that swept through the overcrowded cells like wildfire. Same prison, same crime often, vastly different experiences based entirely on whether you had money. The corruption went even deeper. You had to pay to be released. Imagine that. You've been sentenced to 6 months in prison. You've served every single day of that sentence. You've suffered through the labor and the isolation and the terrible food. Your time is up. You should be free. But when you get to the gate, the jailer won't open it unless you can pay an exit fee. If you don't have the money, you just stay there. You've completed your sentence in the eyes of the law, but you're still a prisoner because you're poor. Some people stayed in prison for months or even years after their sentences were complete, simply because they couldn't pay to leave. Let me tell you about a woman whose story appears in historical records. Her name was Marianne Cotton, though not the famous serial killer who shared the name. This was a different Mary, one of thousands of poor women who cycled through the Victorian prison system and were forgotten by history. In 1839, she was arrested for stealing from the household where she worked as a maid. What did she steal? 2 silver spoons, a linen tablecloth, and a small brass candlestick. She pawned these items for a few shillings to buy food for her children. Her husband had been killed in a factory accident, one of the countless industrial deaths that were common in Victorian England. She had no income, no support, and 3 children to feed. When Mary entered Newgate Prison, the infamous fortress in London, she was 26 years old. Her 3 children were immediately taken from her and sent to the workhouse. She would never see them again. Think about that for a moment. She stole some household items to feed her children, and her punishment was losing those children forever. In prison, Mary was assigned to oakum picking, a task we'll discuss in detail later, but basically it involved pulling apart old rope until your fingers bled. She was given the same meal every day, bread that was often stale or moldy, watery gruel that was basically just hot water with some grain boiled into it. Occasionally, some cheese that was so hard it could break your teeth. But here's the thing that should disturb us deeply. For the first time in months, Mary knew where her next meal was coming from. It wasn't good food. It was barely food at all. But it was regular. She had a roof over her head. Even if that roof was the ceiling of a tiny, damp cell, at least she wasn't going to freeze to death on the street. This was the horrifying reality of Victorian England. For many of the poor, prison was actually an improvement over their daily lives. When losing your freedom, losing your children, losing your identity, when all of that is better than what you had before, it tells you something terrible about the society you're living in. The Victorian middle and upper classes didn't see it this way, of course. They saw prisons as necessary institutions, as righteous endeavors, as moral crusades. They believed in something they called moral reform. The idea was that criminals weren't just people who had broken laws. They were morally corrupted individuals whose very souls were diseased. These people needed to be isolated from society and from each other so they could reflect on their sins, understand the error of their ways, repent, and emerge as better people. This belief system, this almost religious fervor about punishment and redemption, would shape everything about the Victorian prison experience. The Victorians understood something that we sometimes forget. Architecture is never neutral. The buildings we create shape the behaviors, and even the thoughts of the people who occupy them. And when it came to prisons, the Victorians created buildings that were weapons, designed with cold precision to control every aspect of a prisoner's life and break their will to resist. Let me take you to Pentonville Prison, which opened in 1842 in North London. This building would become the model that dozens of other prisons copied. The man behind its design was Captain Joshua Jebb, a royal engineer who had a vision. And I use the word vision deliberately, because Jebb didn't just want to build a prison. He wanted to build a machine for transforming human souls. The cost was staggering. £84,186, 12 shillings and 22 pence. To give you some context, a working-class family at that time might survive on £30 a year. This was an astronomical investment, and it represented a national commitment to a new way of thinking about punishment. Every single detail of Pentonville was deliberate. Let's walk through it together, as if you're a prisoner arriving for the first time. You've already been stripped, bathed, and given your prison uniform. Now you're being led to your cell. But before you can see where you're going, they put a hood over your head. It's a thick canvas bag that covers your entire face, with just small holes to breathe through. Why this theatrical touch? Because from this moment forward, you are not allowed to see other prisoners. You are not allowed to make eye contact with anyone. You are not allowed to recognize other prisoners or be recognized by them. The Victorians believed that if prisoners could see each other, communicate with each other, even just acknowledge each other's existence, the experienced criminals would corrupt the first-time offenders. So complete isolation was essential. A guard takes you by the arm and leads you down one of the radiating corridors. The prison is built in what's called a radial or hub-and-spoke design. Imagine standing in the center of a massive wheel, with corridors stretching out from you like spokes on a bicycle. From the central hub, guards can look down every corridor simultaneously. Nothing is hidden. No prisoner can move without being observed. But you can't see any of this because of the hood over your head. You could only hear your footsteps echoing off stone walls, and feel the guard's hand on your arm, leading you deeper into this labyrinth. Eventually you stop. You hear a door creak open. The hood is removed, and you see your new home. 13 feet long, 7 feet wide, 9 feet high. These were the exact dimensions of a Pentonville cell, and they became the standard that other prisons copied. Think about that for a moment. 13 by 7 feet. That's approximately the size of a modern parking space. Now imagine living in a parking space. Not for a day or a week, but for months. For some prisoners, for years. With walls so thick that no sound could pass through them. Inside your cell, there's a narrow bed. It's really more of a wooden shelf attached to the wall, with a thin mattress filled with straw or coconut fiber. There's a small table, bolted to the wall, so you can't move it or use it as a weapon. There's a wooden chair. And there's a Bible, always a Bible, placed prominently where you can't possibly ignore it. The Victorians were obsessed with the idea that reading scripture would reform criminals. So every cell had a Bible. There was even a small alcove carved into the wall, specifically designed to hold a candle at just the right height and angle so that the light would fall directly on the Bible if you placed it on the table. Even the lighting was theological. The door to your cell is low and narrow. You have to bend down to enter or exit. Some historians believe this was another psychological trick, forcing prisoners to literally bow every time they entered their cell, a physical reminder of submission to authority. The window is high up on the wall and incredibly small, maybe 12 inches by 8 inches, just large enough to let in a sliver of natural light, but not enough to see anything outside. Certainly not large enough to escape through, and positioned too high to reach even if you stood on your bed. But the most chilling detail is the thickness of the walls between cells. At Pentonville, the walls were several feet thick, specifically designed to prevent sound from traveling. The Victorians wanted absolute silence. They believed that if prisoners could communicate, even by tapping on walls or shouting through them, they would corrupt each other. So they built walls that could swallow sound. Can you imagine being locked in a space so isolated that even if you screamed at the top of your lungs, nobody would hear you? Where your voice just dies in the thick stone, absorbed and erased as if you never made a sound at all? From the central hub, where the guards stood, they could see down every corridor. They could watch the cell doors, but they couldn't see inside the cells. This is an important distinction. Some people think Victorian prisons were panopticons, the design proposed by philosopher Jeremy Bentham, where guards could see into every cell at once. But Pentonville was different. The guards could monitor where prisoners were, but not what they were doing inside their cells. This meant constant inspections. Doors would swing open without warning at any time of day or night. A guard would look in, verify that you were still there and still alive, and then leave. You could never relax. You could never feel truly alone because at any moment, your tiny bubble of privacy could be pierced. Between 1842 and 1848, 54 prisons in England were built or remodeled using the Pentonville design. That's nearly one new prison every 6 weeks for 6 years. This wasn't just a building project. This was a transformation of how Britain handled crime and criminals. Every one of these prisons had the same hub-and-spoke layout, the same commitment to isolation, the same belief that breaking a person down completely was the necessary first step to building them back up as productive citizens. The attention to architectural detail was obsessive. Some cells had larger windows than others, not because the architects were feeling generous, but because those cells were designated for prisoners with tuberculosis. The Victorians knew that fresh air and sunlight could help with the disease, so they made small accommodations. But even prisoners dying of tuberculosis were still kept in isolation, still forbidden from speaking, still required to work until they literally couldn't hold tools anymore. There were these tiny pockets of something almost like compassion embedded in a system designed to crush humanity. Walking through the corridors of a Victorian prison must have been a profoundly strange experience, even for the guards. The silence was oppressive. In older prisons from previous eras, you'd hear shouting, laughing, arguing, fighting, all the chaos of human beings forced into proximity. But in these new Victorian prisons, the silence was so complete it felt unnatural. Guards reported that it felt disturbing, like walking through a tomb where the dead were still breathing. Have you ever been somewhere so quiet that you can hear your own heartbeat, your own breath, the blood moving through your veins? That's what these prisons were like. The radial design meant that a guard standing at the hub could blow a whistle, and the sound would carry down all the corridors simultaneously. This was how orders were given. Different whistle patterns meant different things. One pattern meant wake up. Another meant time for chapel. Another meant begin work. Prisoners learned to recognize these sounds like animals learning their keeper's calls. Your whole life was reduced to responding to whistles and bells, moving when told to move, stopping when told to stop, existing only as directed by unseen authorities at the center of the wheel. Some prisons built even larger versions of this design. Some had 6 wings radiating from the hub instead of 4. Some had 5 tiers of cells stacked on top of each other instead of 3. They kept expanding the concept, making the prisons bigger and bigger, housing more and more prisoners in identical cells and identical wings. It was industrialization applied to punishment. The same principles that were revolutionizing factories, efficiency, standardization, mass production, were now being applied to human suffering. And the architects were proud of this. They genuinely believed they had cracked the code, that they had created the perfect system for reforming criminals. What they had actually created was something far more sinister. They had built machines that would systematically destroy human minds, while leaving bodies technically intact. The architecture itself was a form of torture, though they would never have admitted it. The thick walls, the tiny cells, the enforced silence, the constant surveillance, all of it combined to create an environment that attacked the human psyche in ways the Victorians didn't fully understand. They thought isolation plus reflection would equal redemption. What they got was isolation plus sensory deprivation equals madness. If the architecture was the weapon, the separate system was how that weapon was wielded. This was the philosophy that governed life in Victorian prisons, particularly in the early decades. And it was, without exaggeration, one of the most psychologically devastating experiments ever conducted on human beings in the name of justice. The concept came from America, specifically from the Eastern State Penitentiary in Philadelphia. Quaker reformers there had developed what they believed was a humane alternative to the brutal physical punishments of earlier eras. Instead of whipping prisoners, instead of putting them in stocks or pillories, instead of branding them or maiming them, why not simply separate them? Give each prisoner their own cell. Keep them away from the corrupting influence of other criminals. Let them reflect on their sins in solitude. Through silent contemplation and religious instruction, they would see the error of their ways and choose to change. Two men fell in love with this system and brought it to England. William Crawford and Reverend Whitworth Russell visited Philadelphia in the 1830s and came back absolutely convinced that they had seen the future of criminal justice. They became the loudest, most passionate advocates for what they called separate confinement. And in 1842, when Pentonville Prison opened, they got their wish. Their system was implemented in full. Here's how it worked in practice. From the moment you entered Pentonville, you were forbidden from communicating with any other prisoner. Not a word. Not a gesture. Not even eye contact. When you were moved from your cell to anywhere else in the prison, whether the exercise yard or the chapel or the workshop, you wore that hood I mentioned earlier. A thick canvas mask that covered your entire face. You could breathe through small holes. You could see the ground directly in front of your feet through a narrow slit. But you couldn't see other people, and they couldn't see you. In the chapel, which prisoners were required to attend daily, each person sat in an individual wooden stall. Imagine a series of tall boxes, like old telephone booths, arranged in rows. You sat in your box facing forward toward the chaplain. You could hear his sermon. You could hear the hymns being sung. But you couldn't see the person in the box next to you. You couldn't turn your head. The boxes were designed to prevent any visual contact. You were alone with God and your sins, exactly as the system intended. Exercise time was equally isolated. Pentonville had exercise yards that were divided into separate wedges, like slices of a pie. Each prisoner got their own slice. You could walk in a circle in your wedge for 1 hour per day. You could see the sky if the weather was clear, but you couldn't see other prisoners because walls separated each wedge. You were outside, breathing fresh air, and yet you were just as alone as you had been in your cell. 23 hours a day in your cell. 1 hour in an isolated exercise yard. Every single day. For months. The original plan at Pentonville was to keep prisoners in this system for 18 months before transporting them to Australia. 18 months of almost total isolation. Try to imagine that. 18 months without a real conversation. 18 months without seeing another person's face. 18 months without human touch except when a guard grabbed your arm to lead you somewhere. The only voices you heard regularly were the chaplain during services and occasionally a guard giving you orders. The work you did was also solitary. In your cell, you might be given oakum to pick, old rope to unravel fiber by fiber. Or you might have weaving work. Or you might have a crank installed in your cell that you had to turn thousands of times per day. But whatever work you did it alone. You ate alone. You slept alone. You woke to silence, worked in silence, and went to sleep in silence. That was your entire world. Now, Crawford and Russell insisted that their system was different from what had happened in Philadelphia. They had heard about the high rates of mental illness at Eastern State Penitentiary. They had heard Charles Dickens, who visited that prison in 1842, condemn the system as a form of torture that left no physical marks but destroyed minds. Dickens wrote that prisoners looked dejected and broken-hearted, and he said the separate system was cruel beyond measure. But Crawford and Russell dismissed these concerns. They argued that their implementation would be better. They would have more frequent chaplain visits. They would ensure better ventilation in the cells. They even used words like cheerfulness to describe how the prisoners would feel. They were catastrophically wrong. Within months of Pentonville opening, the prison's medical officer was documenting case after case of what he carefully called mental symptoms. Let me read you some actual excerpts from prison journals from 1846. Just 4 years after Pentonville opened. These are real records, preserved in archives, written by prison officials. Prisoner number 700 shows symptoms of hallucination, stating the warders poison his food and believes the medical men know it but wish to kill him to examine his body. Convict Thomas Sharp, number 700, is worse and looks ill. Refuses to take his medicines. Recommended that said prisoner should be walked about the grounds with an attendant. Convict John Vincent is showing signs of insanity. He believes he will not be transported and makes reference to this hallucination frequently. Convict William Hannox's reason was totally upset for 12 months. These weren't isolated incidents. These were entries from just 1 month. Every month, the journals recorded similar cases. Prisoners who believed snakes were coiled around their cell bars. Prisoners who heard voices coming from the ventilation system. Prisoners who were convinced their food was poisoned. Prisoners who stopped speaking entirely, even when directly questioned, retreating into themselves so completely that they became almost catatonic. Prisoners who wept constantly, day after day, unable to stop. Prisoners who had to be restrained in straitjackets because they were trying to harm themselves or destroy their cells in fits of panic. The chaplain and prison administrators had a ready explanation for all of this. The prisoners were faking it. They called it shamming. They claimed the prisoners were just pretending to be insane to avoid work, or to get special treatment, or to avoid being transported to Australia. Admitting that the system itself was causing these breakdowns would mean acknowledging that their grand experiment was a catastrophic failure, and they weren't ready to do that. Their pride and their certainty wouldn't allow it. Some prisoners probably were pretending. Human beings in desperate situations will try anything to escape their suffering. But the sheer volume of cases, the consistency of symptoms, and the fact that these mental breakdowns were happening to prisoners who had no prior history of mental illness, all of this suggested something much more sinister was happening. The separate system wasn't reforming people. It was breaking them. In 1851, a prominent psychiatrist named Dr. Forbes Winslow published findings in The Lancet, Britain's leading medical journal. He stated that approximately 1.4% of Pentonville's prisoners were suffering from mental disorders. That might not sound like much until you compare it to the rate of mental illness in the general population at the time, which was about 0.25%. In other words, prisoners at Pentonville were more than 5 times more likely to go insane than people outside. And Winslow himself admitted that this was probably a huge underestimate, because prison officials were extremely reluctant to officially diagnose insanity. Peter Lorre, who was the president of Bethlehem Royal Hospital, London's famous asylum for the mentally ill, publicly called Pentonville a disgrace. He told the Times newspaper that by 1847, just 5 years after Pentonville opened, Bethlehem had received 40 prisoners transferred from that one prison. All of them had been driven mad by the separate system. 40 people in 5 years from just one institution. He called it the direct result of the separate system and demanded it be ended immediately. Perhaps the most damning evidence came from the ships that transported prisoners from Pentonville to Australia. The ship's surgeons, who were responsible for prisoners' health during the voyage, kept detailed medical records. And they noted something strange and disturbing. Prisoners who came from Pentonville suffered from what they called hysteric fits far more frequently than prisoners from other institutions. These fits would come on suddenly, often as soon as the prisoners were brought on board the ship and found themselves surrounded by other people for the first time in months. The surgeons described men who would suddenly start screaming for no apparent reason. Men who would collapse and shake uncontrollably. Men who seemed unable to process being around other human beings after so long in isolation. The surgeons had never seen anything like this with prisoners from other prisons. It was as if the extreme isolation at Pentonville had wound these men so tight that any change in environment, even a change that brought them closer to other people, caused them to snap psychologically. Think about what this means. These men had survived 18 months of near total isolation. 18 months of silence and solitude that would break most people. And the moment they were finally around other people again, Even in the terrible conditions of a convict ship, their minds couldn't handle it. The isolation had fundamentally changed something in their psychology. It had damaged their ability to function in social situations. It had rewired their brains in ways that might never be fully repaired. The architects of this system refused to admit defeat. Crawford and Russell continued to defend separate confinement publicly right up until their deaths. It's almost poetic in a tragic way that they both died suddenly in 1847, the same year, just as the evidence against their beloved system was becoming impossible to ignore. They died believing they had created something good, something moral, something that would transform criminals into better people through the power of isolation and reflection. After their deaths, the system began to change, but so slowly it was almost imperceptible. In 1848, Pentonville reduced the period of separation from 18 months to 12 months. In 1853, they reduced it further to 9 months. But even 9 months of near total isolation is an eternity when you're living it. And many other prisons continue to practice full separation for much longer. Some prisons in Ireland implemented the separate system in the 1850s and continued it well into the 1860s. Why did it take so long to change? Partly because of pride. The British government had invested enormous amounts of money and prestige in this system. Admitting it didn't work meant admitting a massive, expensive, nationally embarrassing failure. Partly because of religion. The chaplains, who had more power in these prisons than the doctors, or sometimes even the governors, truly believed that solitary contemplation was the path to redemption. To them, the mental breakdowns were either prisoners faking or evidence of the devil fighting against prisoners' attempts to reform. Either way, the solution was more prayer, not less isolation. And partly, I think, because the people making these decisions never experienced what the prisoners experienced. The governors, the chaplains, the prison commissioners, they visited these silent cells, but they didn't live in them. They could leave at the end of the day. They could go home to their families, to conversation, to normal human interaction. They couldn't truly understand what it felt like to be entombed in silence day after day, week after week, month after month, with only your own thoughts for company. Thoughts that, after enough time, start to turn against you. There's a particular kind of torture in forced isolation that the Victorians didn't understand. The human mind needs stimulation. It needs interaction. It needs the back and forth of human connection. Without it, your thoughts start to loop. You replay the same memories, the same regrets, the same fears over and over because there's nothing new to replace them with. And eventually, those loops become worn paths in your mind, grooves that get deeper and deeper until you can't think about anything else. That's when the hallucinations start. That's when the walls start to seem like they're moving. That's when you start hearing voices or seeing things that aren't there. Your brain, desperate for stimulation, begins to create its own. The Victorians called it prisoner's madness. We might call it something closer to sensory deprivation psychosis. Whatever you call it, it was real, it was widespread, and it was a direct result of the separate system. And yet, even as the evidence mounted, even as more and more prisoners were transferred to asylums, even as doctors and reformers protested, the system persisted. Because it was easier to blame the prisoners than to blame the system. Easier to say they were weak or predisposed to madness than to admit that isolation itself is a form of violence against the human psyche. The psychological torture of isolation was devastating, but it was only part of what made Victorian prisons so destructive. There was also the physical work, the labor that prisoners were forced to perform for hours every day. And this wasn't productive work that might teach skills or contribute to society. This was labor designed specifically to be punishing, to break your body and your spirit, to give you tasks so monotonous and meaningless that your mind would simply give up resistance. There's a sound I want you to imagine. A rhythmic clacking, like a giant wooden clock that never stops ticking. Footsteps climbing stairs that go nowhere. The creak and groan of a massive wheel turning, powered by human legs that never rest. Behind it all, heavy breathing, gasps of exhaustion, sometimes a cry of pain quickly stifled because showing weakness could mean more punishment. This was the soundtrack of Victorian prison labor. And at its center was a machine so cruel, so brilliantly designed to crush the human spirit, that even other forms of punishment looked merciful in comparison. They called it the treadmill, but prisoners had other names for it. The everlasting staircase, the shin scraper, the grinding machine. If you were unfortunate enough to be sentenced to hard labor in a Victorian prison, you were going to become intimately familiar with this device. Picture a large cylinder, maybe 20 feet in diameter, with wooden steps attached all around its circumference. Kind of like a water wheel at a mill, but instead of water, it's powered by prisoners. The wheel is divided into separate compartments continued 10:37 pmby wooden partitions, so each prisoner has their own section. You can't see the person next to you, but you can hear them. You can hear everyone. You step up onto the wheel. There's a handrail in front of you to hold on to. The wheel begins to turn, and you start walking. Your job is to keep stepping, to keep climbing these stairs that appear beneath your feet and disappear behind you. The wheel turns because you and 19 other prisoners are all stepping at the same rate, all climbing in unison. If you slow down, you'll fall. The wheel doesn't care about your exhaustion or your pain. It keeps turning. So you keep climbing. 10 minutes on, 5 minutes off. That was the typical rotation. You'd climb for 10 minutes, then step off and rest for 5 minutes, then back on for another 10 minutes. This went on for 8 hours a day, sometimes more. Do you want to know how many steps the average prisoner took in a day on the treadmill? 57,000 steps. Let me say that again. 57,000 steps. That's the equivalent of climbing over 8,000 feet in altitude, higher than most mountains. Except you're not actually going anywhere. You're not accomplishing anything. You're just stepping and stepping and stepping in the same spot, hour after hour, day after day. And here's the truly cruel part. In some prisons, the treadmill was connected to machinery. Maybe it ground corn into flour. Maybe it pumped water. So you could tell yourself, at least on some level, that your suffering had a purpose. You were creating something, contributing something. But in many prisons, especially as time went on, the treadmill wasn't connected to anything. It just turned. Your labor produced absolutely nothing. It was suffering for the sake of suffering. Punishment for the sake of punishment. The Victorians called this penal labor work designed not to be productive, but to be punishing. The physical toll was immense. Your legs would burn with exhaustion. Your lungs would scream for air. Your hands gripping the rail for dear life would cramp and blister. Prisoners regularly fell off the treadmill from sheer exhaustion. And when you fell, the wheel didn't stop. It would bash you against the platform until the guards noticed and pulled you off. Some prisoners lost fingers or toes caught in the mechanism. Some broke bones. The medical records from Victorian prisons are full of treadmill injuries. But you know what's almost worse than the physical pain? The absolute pointlessness of it. Human beings need purpose. We need to feel like our effort means something. Even in terrible conditions, people can endure if they believe their work matters. But take that away, make the work meaningless, and it breaks something deep inside. That's what the treadmill did. It took your strength, your time, your pain, and your sweat, and transformed it all into nothing. Just the endless turning of a wheel that produced nothing and went nowhere. The treadmill wasn't the only form of hard labor. Let me introduce you to another Victorian invention called the crank. The crank was a mechanical device installed in many cells. Imagine a handle, like the crank on an old-fashioned car engine, mounted on the wall or on a box. Your job was to turn this handle around and around and around. How many times? Well, that depended on the prison and your sentence, but typically you had to complete between 10,000 and 14,000 turns per day to earn your meals. Yes, you read that correctly. You had to turn a crank thousands of times just to get your daily food ration. Some cranks were connected to paddles turning in sand or gravel, providing resistance that made turning harder. Some were connected to fans that moved air but accomplished nothing useful. The work was entirely artificial, designed only to exhaust you. And here's where the term screw as slang for a prison guard comes from. The guards had the ability to adjust the tension on the crank mechanism. They could literally screw it tighter, making it harder to turn. If a guard didn't like you, or if you'd broken a rule, or sometimes just for their own entertainment, they'd tighten your crank. Suddenly, what was already exhausting work became nearly impossible. But you still had to complete your required number of turns to eat. So you kept cranking, your arm muscles screaming, sweat pouring down your face, knowing that some guard was probably laughing about it. Then there was oakum picking. Oakum is the fiber that comes from old rope. Ships used oakum mixed with tar to seal the gaps between planks in their hulls, making them waterproof. To get oakum, you had to unravel old rope, separating it fiber by fiber until you had loose strands. Sounds simple, right? Tedious, but simple. Except the rope used for oakum picking was old rope from ships, rope that had been soaked in seawater, dried by the sun, coated in tar, used for years until it was ready to be scrapped. This rope was stiff and hard. The fibers didn't want to separate. You had to use your hands to pull and tear and twist, working your fingers into the tightly wound strands and forcing them apart. Within hours, your fingertips would be raw. By the end of the first day, they'd be bleeding. The tar would get into the cuts, making them burn. Your hands would cramp from the constant gripping and pulling. But you couldn't stop. Prisoners were given a daily quota of oakum to pick. If you didn't meet your quota, you didn't get your full meal. And if you complained, if you showed your bleeding hands to a guard and asked for mercy, that might earn you extra punishment for insubordination. Women prisoners often did oakum picking as their primary labor. They'd sit in large rooms, dozens of them, in absolute silence because remember, talking was forbidden. Their hands constantly moving, fingers bloody, pulling apart these old ropes hour after hour. Some women picked oakum every day for years. Their hands would become permanently deformed, fingers bent and scarred, a visible mark of their imprisonment that they'd carry for the rest of their lives. Good luck finding work as a seamstress or domestic servant with hands like that. There was also the shot drill. Shot means cannonballs, the heavy iron spheres used in artillery. In the shot drill, prisoners would stand in a line in the prison yard. Each prisoner would pick up a cannonball weighing anywhere from 16 to 32 pounds, lift it to their chest, carry it to the far end of the yard, set it down, walk back, pick up another cannonball, and repeat. Over and over. 4 hours. The balls were heavy. Your arms would tire quickly. Your back would ache from the constant bending to lift and set down the weights. And the purpose? There was none. You were just moving cannonballs from one end of a yard to the other. Sometimes, once you'd moved all the balls to one end, you'd be ordered to move them all back to where they started. The same balls to the same place. It was Sisyphean, an endless cycle of pointless effort that existed only to exhaust you and break your will. The philosophy behind all this labor was explicit. The Victorians weren't hiding their intentions. They wanted to crush the spirit of inmates. That phrase appears in official documents, in prison reform debates, in the writings of prison administrators. They believed that criminals had to be broken down completely before they could be rebuilt. The hard labor was designed to be so exhausting, so meaningless, so degrading that prisoners would lose all resistance. They'd become docile, obedient, willing to do anything to avoid returning to prison. Did it work? Well, that depends on what you mean by work. Did it make people suffer? Absolutely. Did it exhaust them physically and mentally? Without question. Did it reform them into better citizens who wouldn't commit crimes again? That's much less clear. What it definitely did was create a population of former prisoners who were physically broken, often with permanent injuries, and who had learned that work itself was a form of torture. Not exactly the outcome society was hoping for. And all of this labor was conducted in silence. You couldn't talk to your fellow prisoners on the treadmill. You couldn't commiserate with someone picking oakum next to you. You couldn't sing or hum or make any sound to pass the time and make the work bearable. Guards would patrol constantly, listening for any violation of the silence rule. If they caught you speaking even a single word, you'd face punishment. Reduced food rations, time in a dark cell, sometimes flogging. The combination of hard labor and enforced silence created an atmosphere of such profound misery that it's hard for us in our comfortable modern world to truly comprehend. The treadmill was finally banned in 1902 after 60 years of crushing prisoners' bodies and spirits. But the other forms of hard labor continued for decades longer. Oakum picking, stone breaking, the crank, all of these persisted well into the 20th century. Hard labor as a formal punishment wasn't officially abolished in Britain until 1948. 1948. That's less than 80 years ago, within living memory of people still alive today. The bell. Everything in a Victorian prison began and ended with the bell. Not the cheerful ringing of church bells on Sunday morning, or the gentle chime of a clock in a comfortable home. This was a harsh, metallic clang that cut through stone walls and invaded your dreams. 6:20 in the morning, the warning bell. 6:30, the rising bell. And from that moment until 9 at night when the lights went out, every minute of your existence was accounted for, planned, controlled. Let me walk you through a typical day in the life of a Victorian prisoner in the 1880s, because understanding the routine, the absolute regimentation of every moment, is key to understanding how these places worked and how they reduced individuals to numbers, souls to schedules, lives to an endless repetition of the same joyless tasks. 6:20 in the morning. The warning bell rings through the prison. If you're a light sleeper, this wakes you. If you're not, you have 10 minutes before the real awakening. 10 minutes to drift in that space between sleep and waking, knowing what's coming, dreading it, but powerless to stop it. Those might be the only moments of the entire day that belong entirely to you, the only moments where you're not actively being controlled or observed or forced to do something. 6:30. The rising bell. Immediately, you hear the sound of metal on metal as warders move through the corridors, keys rattling against cell doors. The locks turn, the doors open, but not all at once. They do it in shifts, in organized ways, so prisoners don't all emerge at the same moment. Even something as simple as leaving your cell is controlled, timed, managed. Your cell door opens. You're already awake, of course. You've been lying on your wooden plank bed with its thin mattress that barely provides any cushioning, covered by a rough blanket that's more scratching than warming. You sit up. You roll your bedding according to exact specifications you've been taught. Not just rolled, but folded in a particular way and placed in a particular spot. Everything has a place. Everything has a method. Deviation brings punishment. You're given a bucket for your waste and a small basin of water. This water, this single basin, serves multiple purposes. First, you wash yourself, your face, your hands, your body as best you can with minimal water and no soap, or maybe a tiny sliver of harsh soap that barely lathers. Then, when you're done washing yourself, you use that same water to clean your cell. Yes, the same water. The water you've just washed your body with is now your cleaning water for the stone floor, the wooden furniture, everything in your small domain. This small degradation happens every single morning. By 7 o'clock, the bells ring again. Time for chapel. You shuffle to the chapel in single file, wearing a hood if you're in a prison that still practices strict separation, or simply keeping your head down and eyes forward if you're in a slightly more lenient institution. You enter your individual wooden stall, those tall boxes I described earlier. The chaplain begins his sermon. This is mandatory. You cannot refuse to attend chapel. Even if you're not Christian, even if you're Jewish or Muslim or an atheist, you sit in that stall, and you listen to a Christian chaplain tell you about sin and redemption, and how you deserve your suffering because you broke God's law as well as man's law. Chapel lasts about 45 minutes. Then the bells ring again, and you return to your cell for breakfast. 7:45 or 8 o'clock, depending on the prison. What's for breakfast? A chunk of bread, often quite hard, sometimes stale, usually about 8 ounces. Enough to keep you from starving, but not enough to feel satisfied. With this bread, you might get a pint of gruel. Gruel is about as appetizing as it sounds. It's basically water with oatmeal or other grains boiled into it until it forms a thin, watery porridge. Sometimes there's a tiny bit of salt for flavor. Sometimes there's nothing, just gruel, plain, tasteless, barely nourishing. If you're lucky, you might also get a small piece of cheese, maybe an ounce. Hard cheese that's been stored for who knows how long and tastes like salted rubber. But it's protein, and in a Victorian prison, you take what you can get. You eat this meal in your cell, alone, in silence. You have perhaps 20 minutes. Then the plates are collected, and the next phase of your day begins. Work. The bells ring. 8:30 or 9 o'clock. Time for labor. You might be taken to the treadmill house. You might be led to a workshop for oakum picking. You might be assigned to your cell with a crank to turn. Wherever you go, whatever you do, silence is enforced. Hour after hour, The sounds of work become the soundtrack of your life, boring into your brain until you hear them even when you're trying to sleep. Around noon, the bells ring again. Dinner time. This is supposedly the main meal of the day, though calling it main is generous. You return to your cell, and your dinner is brought to you. What's on the menu? Potatoes, boiled potatoes. Maybe 3 or 4 of them, depending on size. These are often the small, least desirable potatoes, the ones that wouldn't sell at market, boiled until they're soft, served plain. No butter, no salt, or maybe just a trace. Just potatoes. With the potatoes, you might get suet. Suet is hard animal fat, usually from around the kidneys of cattle or sheep. It's solid at room temperature, white or yellowish, and has a texture like candle wax. It's high in calories, which is why prison served it, but it's not what anyone would call appetizing. It sticks in your throat. It sits heavy in your stomach. But it's food, and you're hungry, so you eat it. Sometimes, instead of suet, you'd get what prisoners called stirabout. This was a hated dish. Stirabout was made from cornmeal, oatmeal, and salt boiled together into a thick, gluey paste. It had a texture like wallpaper paste and a taste like, well, like nothing really, or like sadness if sadness had a flavor. Prisoners despised stirabout. There are records of prisoners refusing to eat it and choosing to go hungry instead. But if you did that too often, you'd be punished for wasting food. You have 1 hour for dinner. You eat alone in your cell. Then the plates are collected, and you return to work. 1 o'clock until 5 in the afternoon. For more hours of labor. For more hours of silence. For more hours of meaningless tasks that exhaust your body and numb your mind. 5 o'clock. The bells ring. Supper time. Back to your cell. What's for supper? Usually, it's similar to breakfast. More bread. Maybe another pint of gruel. Sometimes a bit of cheese. This is your last meal of the day. Make it last, because you won't eat again until breakfast the next morning. That's a gap of 13 hours or more with nothing in your stomach. After supper, you have a brief period, maybe an hour, where you're allowed to read. But the reading material is strictly controlled. The Bible, of course. Religious tracts. Maybe an improving book about morality or the dangers of sin. Nothing entertaining. Nothing stimulating, certainly nothing that might encourage independent thought or make you question the system holding you captive. Then, at 9 o'clock, the final bells of the day. Lights out. Candles extinguished. Darkness. You lie on your hard bed, pull your thin blanket over yourself, and try to sleep. In the darkness, the prison is never truly silent. You hear coughs from other cells, muffled sounds that somehow penetrate the thick walls. You hear the footsteps of warders on patrol, checking cells, ensuring everyone is where they should be. And these sounds remind you that there's a world out there, a world you're no longer part of. And then you sleep if you can, and when you wake, the bells will ring again. 6:20, 6:30, and the entire day will repeat. Exactly the same. The same wash water. The same chapel service. The same tasteless food. The same silent labor. The same crushing routine. Day after day. Week after week. Month after month. For some prisoners, year after year. Sunday was different. Sunday was the only day prisoners didn't work. You'd think this would be a relief, a blessing, a break from the monotonous horror of the regular schedule. But many prisoners actually found Sundays to be the hardest day of the week. Why? Because on Sunday, you had nothing to do, nothing to distract you from your thoughts, nothing to occupy your mind. The day started an hour later, at 7 instead of 6:30. Small mercy. But then, instead of going to work, you went to chapel twice. Once in the morning, once in the afternoon. Longer services than on weekdays, with more sermons, more prayers, more hymns sung from isolated stalls. Between the two services, you were locked in your cell with nothing to do except read the Bible or sit in silence. For many prisoners, especially those who were illiterate or who found reading difficult, Sunday was torture. At least during the week, the labor gave you something to focus on, even if it was painful and pointless. Sunday gave you nothing but time. Time to think about what you've lost. Time to worry about your family. Time to count the days remaining in your sentence, if you could keep track. Time to feel the full weight of your situation pressing down on you like the stone walls themselves. This was the Victorian prison routine. A machine designed to process human beings. Input, criminal. Output, reformed citizen. But machines only work if the raw materials are what you expect. And human beings, it turns out, are not raw materials. We're complex, fragile, infinitely variable. We break in unexpected ways. A woman's scream echoes through stone corridors, but it's muffled, distant, as though the walls themselves are trying to swallow the sound. In a cell somewhere, a mother is being told that her children have been taken to the workhouse. She'll never see them again. In another wing, a young woman sits with bleeding hands from hours of oakum picking, wondering if the baby growing inside her will survive on the prison diet. And in a third-floor cell, an elderly woman who stole a loaf of bread to feed her grandchildren stares at the wall, having given up on speaking altogether, because what's the point of words when no one listens? The Victorian prison system wasn't just about punishing criminals. It was about enforcing social hierarchies and moral standards that were deeply gendered. Women in prison faced all the same punishments as men, the same silence, the same hard labor, the same crushing routine. But they also faced additional layers of cruelty that had nothing to do with their crimes and everything to do with their gender. Victorian society had very specific ideas about what women should be. Gentle, obedient, domestic, pure. A woman who committed a crime had therefore failed at being a woman. She wasn't just a criminal. She was a fallen woman, and the prison system treated her accordingly, with a mixture of punishment and patronizing attempts to teach her proper feminine behavior. The crimes that sent women to prison were often different from men's crimes. Yes, there were women who committed violent offenses or major thefts, but the majority of women prisoners were there for what we might call survival crimes. Stealing food, stealing clothing, prostitution, being drunk and disorderly. Many were desperately poor, trying to survive in a world that offered women very few legal ways to earn money, especially if they were uneducated or had children to care for. When a woman with children was in prison, those children were taken from her immediately. Sometimes siblings were split up and sent to different places. Sometimes they died in the workhouses or orphanages, and their mothers were never informed. The separation of mothers from children was considered part of the punishment. You committed a crime. Well, now you lose your children. That'll teach you. The psychological torture of this separation was immense. Prison records are full of women who became despondent, who stopped eating, who had what the Victorians called nervous breakdowns worrying about their children. And the prison authorities saw this as weakness, as proof that these women were unfit mothers anyway. The work assigned to female prisoners was unsurprisingly gendered. While men climbed treadmills and turned cranks, women were given what Victorian society considered appropriate female tasks: sewing, washing, cleaning, making prison uniforms, doing laundry for the male prisoners and staff. It was still hard labor, still exhausting, still conducted in silence. But it was labor that reinforced Victorian ideas about women's proper role. Laundry work in a Victorian prison was brutal. Imagine spending your entire day bent over washing tubs filled with cold or lukewarm water, scrubbing prison uniforms and linens by hand with harsh lye soap that destroyed your skin. Your hands would be perpetually raw, cracked, bleeding. The soap would get into the cracks and burn. The steam from the hot water, when you boiled the linens, would leave your face flushed and your lungs feeling heavy. But perhaps the cruelest aspect of women's imprisonment was the vulnerability it created. Victorian prisons were run almost entirely by men. Male governors, male warders, male chaplains, male doctors. Yes, there were some female matrons to supervise the women prisoners directly, but they were always outnumbered and subordinate to male authority. This created an environment where abuse was not just possible but tragically common. Historical records, when they exist, hint at this. Official complaints were rare because who would a woman prisoner complain to? The system was stacked against her. But occasionally, scandals would break. A warder dismissed for inappropriate conduct with female prisoners. A chaplain reassigned after rumors of improper touching during confession. A doctor investigated for examining women prisoners more frequently and intimately than medical necessity required. These were the cases that made it into official records. How many more went unreported, unrecorded, hidden by a system that valued order and reputation over the safety of the women in its care. Pregnancy in prison was its own special horror. Some women entered prison already pregnant. Some became pregnant in prison, either through consensual relationships with male staff, which was supposed to be impossible but happened anyway, or through assault, which was also supposed to be impossible and definitely happened. Pregnant women received no special treatment. You did your work until you physically couldn't. You ate the same inadequate diet. You slept on the same hard bed. When the time came to give birth, you were usually moved to the prison infirmary, a slightly less horrible room, but still a far cry from any kind of comfortable or sanitary birthing environment. Women died in childbirth in these prisons. Babies died within days of being born. And if both mother and child survived, what then? In some prisons, mothers were allowed to keep their infants with them in their cells for a few months. Imagine trying to care for a newborn in a 13 by 7 foot cell with minimal heat, inadequate food, and no one to help you. Your baby cries, and you're terrified because crying might disturb the warders, might bring punishment. Eventually, if the baby survived those first few months, it would be taken away, sent to an orphanage or workhouse. Another child lost to the system. There were women who tried to resist, who fought against the system in whatever small ways they could. Now let's talk about the children. Yes, Victorian prisons held children, some as young as 7 or 8 years old. Children who were tried as adults, sentenced as adults, and thrown into this same brutal system we've been exploring. In early Victorian prisons, before the reforms of the mid-1800s, children weren't separated from adult prisoners. They were all mixed together. A 7-year-old boy arrested for pickpocketing might be in the same cell as a 40-year-old man convicted of violent assault. A 12-year-old girl caught stealing might share space with adult female prisoners who had committed serious crimes. The rationale, such as it was that prisons had limited space and limited resources. Segregating prisoners by age would be expensive and complicated. So they just didn't bother. What do you think happened in that environment? Children were victimized, obviously. Physically, sexually, psychologically. They were dominated by adult prisoners, used, abused, taught things no child should know. Let me tell you about George Brasher. George's story appears in historical records, and it's heartbreaking. George's father had been convicted of theft years earlier and transported to Tasmania on a convict ship named Tortoise in 1842. He never returned. After his sentence, George's father simply disappeared into the Australian penal colonies, leaving behind a wife and children with no support. George's mother tried to hold the family together, but poverty is a vicious thing. It eats away at everything. Young George turned to theft to survive. He was caught and whipped. Released. Caught again and whipped again. The pattern repeated. In 1848, when he was just 11 years old, He was sentenced to 6 months in prison for stealing food. During those 6 months, while George was locked up, his mother collapsed and died in the street. The historical record describes her as being drained by the label of a transported convict's wife and exasperated by her sons, all of whom were convicted felons. She literally died of the stress and shame and exhaustion of trying to survive. George came out of prison to find his mother dead. No father. No family support. What do you think happened next? More theft. More arrests. More punishment. George Brasher's entire childhood was a cycle of crime, punishment, and desperation, created and sustained by a system that saw him not as a child in need of help but as a criminal in need of correction. Eventually, Victorian reformers started to realize that maybe throwing children in prison with adult criminals wasn't producing the desired results. So they started developing alternatives. Reformatory schools were established in the mid-1800s. These were meant to be a middle ground between prison and freedom. Children who committed minor crimes could be sent to these institutions instead of adult prisons. The idea was that reformatories would teach children useful skills, while also instilling discipline and moral values. Boys would learn trades. Girls would learn domestic skills. Sounds almost reasonable, doesn't it? But let's look at what reformatory schools were actually like. The discipline was severe. Children could be beaten for infractions. They could have their hair cut off as punishment, a public shaming. They could be placed in solitary confinement, locked in small rooms alone, sometimes for days. Yes, the same solitary confinement that was driving adult prisoners insane was also used on children. 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, locked in the dark, alone with their fears, as punishment for talking during lessons or failing to complete their work properly. The work these children did was often exploitative. Reformatory schools funded themselves partly through the labor of their inmates. Boys might work in workshops making products that were sold. Girls might do laundry or sewing that brought an income. The children weren't paid, of course. Their labor was considered part of their punishment and reform. So these institutions were essentially using child labor while claiming to be helping the children. There's a particular kind of torture in forced isolation for children. Your mind needs stimulation. You need interaction. You need play and conversation. These things aren't luxuries for children. They're necessities for healthy development. Take them away, and you damage the child in ways that might never be repaired. Some Victorian prisons that held children had exercise yards with markings painted on the ground. Children were supposed to walk in these marked paths during their exercise hour, keeping a certain distance from each other, not speaking, not playing, just walking in circles like the adults, like prisoners, because that's what they were, even though their crimes were often nothing more than trying to survive. Let me tell you something that should make your blood run cold. In a dimly lit cell somewhere in Victorian England, A woman is being told that her children have been taken. Not temporarily. Not until she serves her sentence. Forever. They've been sent to the workhouse, and she will never see them again. In another cell, a young woman sits with hands so damaged from picking oakum that her fingers have started to permanently curl inward. And in a third cell, a pregnant woman lies on a hard wooden bed, wondering if the baby inside her will survive on the meager prison diet, knowing that even if it does, it will be taken from her within months. The Victorian prison system was brutal for everyone. We've established that. But for women, there were additional layers of cruelty that had nothing to do with their actual crimes and everything to do with their gender. Because in Victorian England, a woman who committed a crime hadn't just broken the law. She had failed at being a woman. And the prison system was going to make damn sure she understood that. Victorian society had very specific, very rigid ideas about what women should be. Gentle, obedient, domestic, pure, maternal. A woman's place was in the home, caring for her husband and children, maintaining moral standards, being the angel of the house. So when a woman ended up in prison, she was seen as having violated not just the law, but her very nature. She was what they called a fallen woman, and the punishment for falling was severe. The crimes that sent women to prison tell us a lot about Victorian society. Yes, there were women who committed violent crimes or major thefts. But the vast majority of women prisoners were there for what we might call survival crimes. Stealing food to feed their children. Stealing clothing because they were freezing. Prostitution, because it was one of the few ways a poor, uneducated woman could earn enough money to survive. Being drunk and disorderly, which often meant being a homeless woman who'd been drinking to cope with the cold and desperation of street life. Think about that for a moment. The same society that paid women a fraction of what it paid men for the same work, that offered women almost no legal ways to support themselves if they were unmarried or widowed, that made it nearly impossible for women to own property or control their own money. This same society then imprisoned women for the desperate things they did to survive the conditions it had created. The cruelty is breathtaking when you really think about it. When a woman with children was sent to prison, the first thing that happened was the most devastating. Her children were taken from her. Immediately. There was no keeping them with you until your sentence was complete. There was no system for maintaining contact. Your children were removed and sent to workhouses, orphanages, or foundling hospitals. Sometimes siblings were separated and sent to different institutions. Sometimes they died in those places, and their mothers were never told. Let me be very clear about what this meant. The separation of mothers from children wasn't an unfortunate side effect of imprisonment. It was considered part of the punishment. You committed a crime? Well, now you lose your children. That'll teach you to break the law. The Victorian authorities actually believed this was just and appropriate. The psychological torture of this separation was immense. Prison records are full of women who stopped eating after their children were taken. Women who had what the Victorians called nervous breakdowns, crying inconsolably, unable to function. Women who begged guards for any scrap of information about their children and were told nothing, or worse, were punished for asking. And the prison authorities saw this anguish not as a normal human response to losing your children, but as evidence of weakness, as proof that these women were unfit mothers anyway. There's a case in the historical records of a woman named Sarah Mitchell. Sarah was convicted in 1843 of stealing cloth from a merchant. She'd taken the cloth to make clothes for her 3 children, who were wearing rags. She was sentenced to 6 months in Millbank prison. Her children, ages 3, 5, and 7, were sent to different workhouses. Sarah never saw them again. Not because she didn't try. She served her sentence. She went looking for them when she was released. But the workhouse records were poorly kept. Children were sometimes given different names, and tracking them down was nearly impossible for a poor woman with no resources and no legal standing. Sarah's story appears in prison reform documents from the 1840s because she kept writing letters, petitioning authorities, begging anyone who would listen to help her find her children. She wrote letters until she died, 15 years after her release, never knowing if her children were alive or dead. That was her real sentence, not the 6 months in prison, the 15 years of not knowing. Now let's talk about the work women did in prison. Because of course, it was gendered. While men climbed treadmills and turned cranks, women were given what Victorian society considered appropriate female tasks. Sewing, washing, cleaning, making prison uniforms, doing laundry for the male prisoners, and for the prison staff. It was still hard labor. It was still exhausting. It was still conducted in complete silence. But it was labor that reinforced Victorian ideas about women's proper role in society. Laundry work in a Victorian prison was absolutely brutal. I want you to picture this. You're in a large room with stone floors and high windows that barely let in light. The room is filled with massive washing tubs. You spend your entire day, 8 or 9 or 10 hours, bent over these tubs. The water is cold or at best lukewarm. You're scrubbing prison uniforms and linens by hand using harsh lye soap that burns your skin. Within days, your hands are raw. The skin cracks. The cracks bleed. And then you dip your bleeding hands back into water mixed with lye soap, and it burns like fire. Your hands are never allowed to heal because you're doing this work every single day. After months of this, your hands become permanently damaged. The skin thickens and hardens. Your fingers start to bend inward from the constant gripping and scrubbing motions. When you need to boil the linens to sanitize them, you stand over massive pots of boiling water in a room with poor ventilation. The steam fills the space, making it hard to breathe. Your face is constantly flushed and hot. Your lungs feel heavy. And you're still required to do this work in silence. No talking. No singing to pass the time. No complaining about the pain or the exhaustion. Then there was oakum picking, which we discussed before, but it's worth emphasizing that this task was disproportionately assigned to women. Pulling apart old, tar-covered rope fiber by fiber until your fingers bled. Your hands would become so damaged that they'd be permanently deformed. Fingers bent at odd angles. Thick scar tissue. Nails that grew back wrong or didn't grow back at all. Think about what this meant for a woman's future. If you were a domestic servant before prison, which many poor women were, how are you going to find that kind of work again with hands that are visibly damaged? No middle-class family wants a maid with scarred, deformed hands serving them tea or handling their fine dishes. So your imprisonment didn't just take months or years of your life. It marked you permanently, making it nearly impossible to reintegrate into society even after you'd served your time. But perhaps the cruelest aspect of women's imprisonment, the thing that makes me angry even now, more than a century later, was the vulnerability it created. Victorian prisons were run almost entirely by men. Male governors, male warders, male chaplains, male doctors. Yes, there were some female matrons to directly supervise the women prisoners, but they were always outnumbered and always subordinate to male authority. This created an environment where abuse was not just possible but tragically common. And I need to be clear about what I mean by abuse. I mean sexual assault. I mean rape. I mean male guards, chaplains, and doctors exploiting the absolute power they had over women prisoners. The historical records are sparse on this topic because the Victorian era was not exactly forthcoming about sexual violence. But what records do exist are deeply disturbing. There are scattered reports of warders being dismissed for inappropriate conduct with female prisoners. Chaplains being quietly reassigned after rumors of improper touching during confession. Doctors being investigated for examining women prisoners more frequently and more intimately than medical necessity required. These were the cases that made it into official records, the scandals that became too big or too public to completely hide. How many more cases never made it into the records? How many women suffered in silence because they knew that complaining would be pointless or would make their situation worse? When you're a prisoner, when you have no rights, no power, no voice that anyone will listen to, and a man in authority decides to abuse you, what are your options? Realistically, you have none. Pregnancy in prison was its own special nightmare. Some women entered prison already pregnant. Some became pregnant while in prison, and think about what that means. Either there were consensual relationships between female prisoners and male staff, which was supposed to be impossible in a system where women and men were kept rigidly separated, or there was assault, which was definitely happening even though it was also supposed to be impossible. Pregnant women received no special treatment. You did your assigned work until you physically couldn't continue. You ate the same inadequate diet, which was barely enough to sustain one person, let alone a pregnant woman who needed extra nutrition. You slept on the same hard wooden bed. You dealt with the same cold, the same silence, the same isolation. When the time came to give birth, you were usually moved to the prison infirmary. This was a slightly less horrible room than your cell, but it was still a far cry from any kind of comfortable or sanitary birthing environment. There were no midwives in most prisons, no doctors who specialized in childbirth, just the prison doctor, who might have delivered a baby before or might not have, doing his best with limited supplies. Women died in childbirth in Victorian prisons. The death rate was higher than in the general population because of the poor conditions, the inadequate diet, the lack of proper medical care. And babies died too, within hours or days of being born. Tiny bodies that never had a chance, buried in unmarked graves in prison cemeteries. If both mother and child survived the birth, what happened next depended on the specific prison and the specific time period. In some prisons, mothers were allowed to keep their infants with them in their cells for a few months, usually no more than 9 months. Imagine trying to care for a newborn in a 13 by 7 foot cell, with minimal heat in the winter, with inadequate food, with no one to help you, with no supplies beyond the bare minimum. Your baby cries, and you're terrified, because crying might disturb the warders. It might bring punishment. So you're trying to quiet a hungry baby while you yourself are hungry. You're trying to keep a baby warm when you're cold. You're trying to maintain some kind of routine and sanity while living in a tiny cell where every moment is controlled by people who don't care about you or your child. Eventually, if the baby survived those first few months, it would be taken away, sent to an orphanage or workhouse. Another child lost to the system, and you'd be sent back to your regular cell, back to your work assignment, expected to carry on as if you hadn't just lost another child. Because that's what prison did to women. It took everything. Your freedom, your dignity, your children, your future, everything. There were women who tried to resist, who fought against the system in whatever small ways they could. There are records of women refusing to give up their babies, holding on to them even as warders tried to pry them from their arms. Women who went on hunger strikes, refusing to eat until they got information about their children. Women who repeatedly violated the silence rule, talking to other prisoners despite knowing they'd be punished, because human connection was worth the risk. But resistance in a Victorian prison was nearly impossible, especially for women. The power imbalance was too great. The consequences too severe. Most women endured. They survived. They did what they had to do to get through each day. And when they were finally released, they stepped back into a society that would forever see them as fallen women, as criminals, as people who could never be fully trusted or fully redeemed. The legacy of how Victorian prisons treated women should disturb us deeply. Because while we like to think we progressed, While we tell ourselves that modern prisons are more humane and more just, women in prison still face unique vulnerabilities. They're still disproportionately separated from their children. They're still vulnerable to abuse by those in authority. They're still judged more harshly for their crimes because of gendered expectations about how women should behave. The Victorian era is over. But the questions it raises about how we treat women who break the law, about whether punishment should include the loss of children, about who we hold accountable when the vulnerable are abused by those in power, these questions remain deeply relevant today. There's a photograph that exists in historical archives. It's from the 1860s, and it shows a group of boys standing in the exercise yard of a Victorian prison. They're wearing the standard prison uniform, those rough clothes marked with broad arrows. They're standing in a line, perfectly straight, hands at their sides, faces blank. And if you didn't read the caption, if you just looked at this photograph, you might think these are young soldiers or students at a very strict school. Until you notice how small they are. Until you realize that the oldest boy in this photograph is maybe 12 years old. And the youngest, the one at the end of the line who can barely hold still, who hasn't quite mastered the blank expression that the older boys wear like armor, he looks about 7 years old. In prison. Let that sink in for a moment. Victorian England imprisoned children. Not teenagers, though they imprisoned plenty of those too. Actual children. Kids who should have been playing in streets, or learning to read, or helping their parents. Instead, they were arrested, tried as adults, sentenced as adults, and thrown into the same brutal system we've been exploring for the past hour. In the early Victorian period, before the reforms of the mid-1800s, there was no separation between adult and child prisoners. They were all mixed together. A 7-year-old boy arrested for stealing bread might be put in the same cell as a 40-year-old man convicted of violent assault. An 11-year-old girl caught pickpocketing might share space with adult female prisoners who had committed serious crimes. The rationale, such as it was purely practical. Prisons had limited space and limited resources. Separating prisoners by age would require building separate facilities, or at least separate wings. That would be expensive. It would be complicated. So they just didn't bother. Children and adults, all together, all subject to the same rules and the same punishments. What do you think happened in that environment? What happens when you put vulnerable children in close quarters with adults, who might themselves be desperate, violent, or predatory? Children were victimized. Obviously, inevitably, physically abused, sexually assaulted, psychologically terrorized. They were dominated by adult prisoners, used, exploited, taught things no child should know. And the authorities knew this was happening. It wasn't a secret. Prison chaplains wrote about it in their reports. Prison reformers protested about it in newspapers and pamphlets. But change came slowly. So slowly, because there wasn't political will to spend money on better conditions for criminals. And children who committed crimes were still criminals in Victorian eyes. The crimes that children were imprisoned for tell us a lot about Victorian society and about poverty. Yes, there were children who committed violent acts or serious thefts, but the majority of child prisoners were there for survival crimes. Stealing food because they were starving. Stealing coal to heat a freezing home. Pickpocketing because they had no other way to earn money. Begging, which was itself a crime if you did it too aggressively or in the wrong places. Many of these children were orphans or had been abandoned by parents who couldn't afford to feed them. Many came from families where the father had been transported to Australia or had died in industrial accidents, leaving mothers to support multiple children on wages that wouldn't feed one person properly. These were children who had no safety net, no welfare system, no social services to help them. Crime wasn't a choice. It was survival. Let me tell you about George Brasher, whose story I find particularly heartbreaking. George appears in historical records because his case was documented by prison reformers who used it as an example of how the system was failing children. George's father had been convicted of theft and transported to Tasmania on a convict ship named Tortoise in 1842. He never came back. After serving his sentence, George's father just disappeared into the Australian colonies, one of thousands of transported convicts who either died there or built new lives and never returned to England. So George's mother was left alone to care for her children. She was labeled as a transported convict's wife, which was a mark of shame in Victorian England. It made finding work nearly impossible because respectable people didn't want to employ the wife of a criminal. The family sank into desperate poverty. Young George, trying to help his mother and siblings survive, started stealing. First it was food, then other small items that could be sold or pawned. He was caught and sentenced to a public whipping. This was common for child offenders. 12 to 24 lashes with a birch rod or a leather strap, administered in the prison yard or sometimes in the town square where everyone could watch. The idea was that public humiliation plus physical pain would deter children from future crimes. It didn't work. Of course it didn't work. George was released from his whipping, and he was still hungry. His family was still starving. So he stole again, and he was caught again, and he was whipped again. This cycle repeated several times until finally, in 1848, when George was 11 years old, the magistrate decided that whipping wasn't effective. So George was sentenced to 6 months in prison for stealing food. While George was locked up, serving his 6-month sentence in a cell where he was required to turn a crank thousands of times per day to earn his meals, his mother died. The historical record says she died in the street, collapsed from exhaustion and stress. The document describing her death uses the phrase, "drained by the label of a transported convict's wife and exasperated by her sons, all of whom were convicted felons. Think about that phrase for a moment. Exasperated by her sons. As if these children, who were stealing food to survive, were the problem. As if the real issue was their moral failure, and not the society that let children starve while their father was in exile, and their mother carried the permanent stain of being a criminal's wife. George came out of prison 6 months later to find his mother dead, and his siblings scattered to workhouses or living on the streets. He was 11 years old. What do you think happened next? More theft, more arrests, more punishments. The cycle continued until George either died young, which many children in his situation did, or became a career criminal because that was the only life he'd ever known, the only life the system had trained him for. George Brasher's story wasn't unusual. It was tragically common. The Victorian prison system was full of children like George. Children who'd been failed by every institution that should have protected them. Children who were being punished for the crime of being poor. Eventually, even the Victorians started to realize that maybe throwing 7-year-olds in prison with adult murderers wasn't producing good results. So reforms were introduced. Slowly, reluctantly, never going far enough. In the 1850s and 1860s, reformatory schools were established. These were meant to be a middle ground between prison and freedom. Children who committed minor crimes could be sent to reformatory schools instead of adult prisons. The idea was that these institutions would provide education and teach useful skills, while also instilling discipline and moral values. Boys would learn trades like carpentry, blacksmithing, or farming. Girls would learn domestic skills like cooking, sewing, and cleaning. Sounds almost reasonable, doesn't it? Almost humane? But let's look at what reformatory schools were actually like. Because the Victorian obsession with discipline and punishment didn't disappear just because they'd moved children into separate institutions. The discipline in reformatory schools was severe. Children could be beaten for infractions. Not just spanked. Beaten. With canes or leather straps. For talking during lessons. For failing to complete work to the required standard. For any sign of disobedience or disrespect. The beatings were often administered publicly, in front of other children, to maximize the humiliation and the deterrent effect. Children could have their heads shaved as punishment. This was particularly devastating for girls, for whom long hair was considered essential to femininity and beauty. Having your head shaved marked you as someone who'd done something wrong. It was a public shaming that lasted for months while your hair grew back. And here's something that should disturb us deeply. Reformatory schools use solitary confinement as punishment. Yes, the same solitary confinement that was driving adult prisoners insane was also applied to children. 7-year-olds, 10-year-olds, locked alone in small, dark rooms for days at a time, as punishment for misbehavior, as punishment for being children who couldn't sit still or stay silent or obey every arbitrary rule. The work these children did in reformatory schools was often exploitative. These institutions funded themselves partly through the labor of their inmates. Boys working in workshops making products like brushes, rope, or furniture that were then sold. Girls doing laundry or sewing for outside clients. The children weren't paid for this work. Or if they were paid, it was a nominal amount that went toward the costs of their upkeep. So these reformatory schools were essentially running businesses on the backs of child labor, while claiming to be helping those children. And here's the really perverse part. Some of these institutions became quite profitable. The products made by child labor were cheaper than products made by paid workers. So there was actually a financial incentive to keep children in reformatory schools as long as possible, to keep this free labor force working. Children who should have been released after their sentences were complete sometimes weren't, because the institution needed the labor. Later in the Victorian era, another type of institution was developed, borstals. These were specifically for teenage offenders, usually ages 16 to 21. Borstals were supposed to be more progressive than either prisons or reformatory schools. The idea was to focus on education and vocational training rather than just punishment. But borstals were still harsh places. The discipline was still severe. The work was still exhausting. And the philosophy was still fundamentally Victorian. Young criminals needed to be broken down before they could be built back up into productive citizens. So even in these supposedly progressive institutions, there was still plenty of punishment, plenty of hard labor, plenty of methods designed to crush independence and enforce obedience. There's a particular kind of cruelty in how Victorian society treated poor children versus wealthy children. If a middle-class or upper-class child misbehaved, stole something, got into a fight, it was chalked up to high spirits or a phase they'd grow out of. Boys will be boys, the saying went. There might be consequences at home, but those children weren't arrested and thrown in prison. But a poor child doing the same thing? That was evidence of moral deficiency. That was criminality that needed to be punished and corrected through the harsh discipline of institutions. The double standard was stark and vicious. In 1876, the Education Act made schooling compulsory for children up to age 12. This was supposed to help reduce child crime by getting children off the streets and into classrooms. And to some extent, it probably did. But let's not romanticize Victorian schools. They were often harsh places themselves. Corporal punishment was routine. Children were caned or hit with rulers for getting answers wrong or failing to memorize their lessons. Some schools had punishment rooms where disruptive children were locked alone. Sound familiar? The same philosophy that governed prisons, isolation plus reflection equals reformation, was applied in schools too. The long-term impact of imprisoning children was devastating. You take a child at a formative age, when their brain is still developing, when they're still learning how to navigate the world, and you subject them to violence, isolation, hard labor, and constant degradation. What kind of adult do you think the child becomes? Many of these children grew up to be damaged adults. They'd learned that the world was cruel and arbitrary, that authority figures couldn't be trusted, that survival meant being hard, being closed off, being ready to fight or flee at any moment. They'd been given no real education, no marketable skills beyond the most basic manual labor. They'd been marked as criminals from childhood, which made finding legitimate work nearly impossible. So the cycle perpetuated across generations. Children who'd been through the Victorian criminal justice system often had children who also ended up in that system. Poverty begot crime. Crime begot imprisonment. Imprisonment begot more poverty. Round and round, generation after generation, a cycle that was nearly impossible to break. Of course, there were exceptions. Some children who went through reformatory schools or borsals did manage to build decent lives afterward. They learned trades that gave them a path to employment. They avoided falling back into crime. These success stories were used by authorities to justify the entire system. See? It works. Look at this boy who learned carpentry and now has a job. Never mind that for every success story, there were dozens of children who were permanently damaged, who never recovered, who died young or ended up in and out of prison their entire lives. The Victorian treatment of children in the criminal justice system should haunt us, because it reveals something dark about how society can rationalize cruelty when it's directed at people we've decided deserve punishment. These were children. 7-year-olds. 10-year-olds. And Victorian society looked at them and decided that isolation, hard labor, beatings, and degradation were appropriate responses to the crime of stealing food when you're starving. We've made progress since then. We no longer imprison 7-year-olds with adult criminals. We have juvenile justice systems that at least theoretically try to rehabilitate rather than just punish. We recognize that children's brains are still developing, and that they shouldn't be held to the same standards as adults. But the fundamental questions remain. What do we do with children who commit crimes? How do we balance accountability with the recognition that children are different from adults? How do we break cycles of poverty and crime that span generations? How do we create systems that actually help rather than harm? The Victorians got these questions catastrophically wrong. Have we gotten them right? I'm not sure we have. But at least we're asking the questions. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine this. You're standing on a dock in London or Portsmouth or Plymouth. The year is 1843. Behind you, months in Pentonville prison, 18 months of isolation that's left your mind fractured, your sense of reality warped. You've barely spoken to another human being in all that time. You've seen almost no one. You've existed in a stone box, alone with your thoughts, until those thoughts started to turn against you. And now you're being loaded onto a ship. A ship that will take you to the other side of the world, to a place you've only heard about in whispers and rumors. Australia, Van Diemen's Land, Botany Bay. Names that might as well be the surface of the moon for how alien and distant they seem. You're in chains. Iron shackles around your ankles, heavy enough that they chafe and leave permanent scars. You're connected to dozens of other prisoners, a long line of broken people shuffling forward up the gangplank. Around you, sailors are loading supplies, barrels of water, and food that will have to last for months. Above you, the masts of the ship tower into the sky, rigging crisscrossing like a spider's web. And ahead of you, the dark opening of the hold, where you'll spend the next 3 to 6 months of your life. Between 1787 and 1868, over 160,000 people were transported from Britain to Australia. Let me say that number again, so it really lands. 160,000 people. That's roughly the population of a medium-sized city today. All of them forced onto ships. All of them sent to the far edge of the British Empire. All of them torn from their families, their homes, everything they'd ever known. Some were hardened criminals. Murderers, serious thieves, violent offenders. But many, probably most, were people convicted of minor crimes. Stealing food, stealing clothing, poaching rabbits from estates to feed their families. The penalty for these crimes used to be execution, and when Britain decided that hanging people for stealing handkerchiefs was perhaps excessive, transportation became the alternative. Not because it was more humane, exactly, but because it solved multiple problems at once. It removed criminals from British society. It provided cheap labor for the Australian colonies. And it was permanent. Once you were transported, you were essentially exiled for life. The journey to Australia didn't start when the ship left the dock. It started months earlier, from the moment you were sentenced. Because you couldn't just immediately ship someone to Australia. First, they had to wait for a ship to be available and ready. During that waiting period, you were held in prison. And if you were especially unlucky, you were sent to Pentonville. We've already talked about Pentonville's separate system, that 18 months of near-total isolation designed to reform criminals through silent contemplation. But there was another purpose to Pentonville. It was meant to prepare prisoners for transportation. The idea was that 18 months of isolation would break down your criminal habits, your connections to other criminals, your old ways of thinking. You'd emerge reformed, ready to start a new life in Australia. That's the theory. The reality was that 18 months of isolation did something very different. It broke people's minds. We've discussed the hallucinations, the paranoia, the prisoner's madness. But there was another effect that didn't become apparent until these prisoners were actually loaded onto the transport ships. The ship surgeons, who were responsible for the prisoners' health during the voyage, kept detailed medical logs. And they noticed something strange. Prisoners who came from Pentonville were different from prisoners who came from other institutions. They suffered from what the surgeons called hysteric fits at a much higher rate. These fits would come on suddenly, often within hours of boarding the ship. Think about what was happening. You've been isolated for 18 months. You've barely seen another human face. You've barely heard another human voice, except for the chaplain's sermons and the guard's orders. You've been living in a bubble of silence and solitude that's warped your sense of reality. And suddenly, you're surrounded by people. Hundreds of other prisoners. Sailors shouting orders. The noise and chaos and overwhelming presence of other human beings after so long alone. The psychological whiplash was intense. Some prisoners would start screaming for no apparent reason that the surgeons could identify. They'd just suddenly scream, unable to stop, until they exhausted themselves. Some would collapse and shake uncontrollably, their bodies convulsing as if they were having seizures. Some would become catatonic, unresponsive to any stimulus, just staring into space. Some became violent, lashing out at anyone who came near them, as if the presence of other people was physically painful. The surgeons had never seen anything like this with prisoners from other institutions. It was specific to Pentonville, specific to prisoners who'd undergone this separate system. The isolation had fundamentally changed something in their brains, in their ability to function around other people. And now these damaged men were being loaded onto ships for a journey that would take months, packed into close quarters, forced to be around people constantly after 18 months of being around no one. Let me describe what a convict ship was like, because I think it's important to understand the conditions these people endured. The ships used for transportation were usually merchant vessels that had been converted for the purpose. The holds, where cargo would normally be stored, were fitted out as makeshift prisons. Wooden platforms were built in tiers, 2 or 3 levels high, creating bunks for the prisoners. Each prisoner got a space roughly 6 feet long and maybe 2 feet wide. Imagine a wooden shelf. That's where you'd sleep, eat, spend most of your time for the next few months. You were chained. Sometimes to your bunk. Sometimes to other prisoners. The chains weren't removed except maybe once a day, when you were allowed on deck for fresh air and exercise. And even then, only if the weather was good and the captain felt it was safe. The rest of the time, you were below deck in the hold in the dark. Ventilation was minimal. There might be a few hatches that could be opened when weather permitted, but often they were kept closed because the crew didn't want to risk prisoners escaping or causing trouble. So the air below deck was stale and thick. In hot weather, sailing through tropical waters, the heat was suffocating. In cold weather, sailing around the Cape of Good Hope or Cape Horn, the cold was bitter, and the dampness seeped into your bones. Sanitation was a nightmare. There were buckets placed at intervals in the hold. That was your toilet. Buckets that were supposed to be emptied daily, but weren't always. The smell below deck was described by witnesses as overwhelming, so bad it would make you gag even before you descended the ladder. a mixture of unwashed bodies, human waste, vomit from seasickness, and the bilge water that would slosh around in the bottom of the hold. The food was rationed strictly. You'd get salt beef or salt pork, preserved in brine. This meat was so salty that it would make your lips crack and your mouth desperately dry. You'd get ship's biscuit, hard crackers that were often infested with weevils. You'd tap the biscuit against the table before eating it, and little white worms would fall out. If you were squeamish, you went hungry. If you wanted to survive, you picked out what weevils you could see and ate the biscuit anyway. Water was rationed even more carefully than food. Maybe a quart per person per day, if you were lucky. This water was stored in wooden barrels where it would grow stagnant during the voyage. By the time you'd been at sea for a couple of months, the water you were drinking was cloudy, had a foul taste, and was probably harboring bacteria that would make you sick. But you drank it anyway because the alternative was dying of thirst. Disease spread rapidly in these conditions. Typhoid, transmitted through contaminated water and food. Dysentery, the bloody flux that would leave you weak and dehydrated. Typhus, spread by lice, and there were always lice on convict ships. Scurvy, from the lack of fresh fruits and vegetables, causing your gums to bleed and your teeth to fall out. Tuberculosis, spread through the stale air of the hold, coughing that never stopped. If one person got sick, everyone got sick. There was no way to isolate ill prisoners. No separate medical facilities. You just lay on your wooden shelf, burning with fever or shaking with chills, while the ship rolled with the waves and the other prisoners around you got sicker and sicker. The death rate on transport ships varied wildly. On well-run ships with decent captains who cared about keeping their cargo alive, and yes, that's what prisoners were considered, cargo, the death rate might be 5 to 10%. 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 prisoners would die before reaching Australia. On poorly run ships with cruel captains and corrupt surgeons who didn't care, the death rate could climb to 20 or 30%. 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 prisoners dead before ever seeing Australian shores. When prisoners died at sea, their bodies were wrapped in canvas, weighted with stones or cannonballs, and thrown overboard. A quick ceremony, maybe a prayer from the ship's captain or a chaplain if there was one aboard. Then the splash as the body hit the water and sank. And that was it. No grave. No marker. Just gone. Fed to the sharks and fish. Scattered across the vast emptiness of the ocean. The voyage took anywhere from 3 to 6 months depending on which port you left from, which route the ship took, and where in Australia you were headed. 3 to 6 months. Try to imagine that. 3 to 6 months in chains in a dark hold. 3 to 6 months of stale air and rotten food and stagnant water. 3 to 6 months of disease and death, and the constant rolling of the ship that made you so sick you wished you could die just to make it stop. And you couldn't see anything. You were below deck almost all the time. You had no idea where you were, how far you'd traveled, how much longer the journey would take. Time became meaningless. Days blurred together. All you knew was that you'd been told you were going to Australia, and eventually, if you didn't die first, you'd get there. Women prisoners faced additional horrors on transport ships. Female convicts were usually kept in a separate section of the hold, divided from the male prisoners by wooden barriers. But these barriers were often minimal. Just planks of wood with gaps between them. You could hear the men on the other side. Sometimes you could see them through the gaps. And the men could see you. The guards, the sailors, the ship's officers, they all had access to the women's section. They could enter whenever they wanted, for whatever reason they claimed. To conduct inspections, to check on the prisoner's health, to deliver food or collect the waste buckets. And during those visits, women were vulnerable in ways that male prisoners weren't. Sexual assault was common, not universal, because there were some decent men who wouldn't abuse their power, but common enough that it was a known feature of transportation. Women being raped by guards, by sailors, sometimes by the ship's officers, who were supposed to be maintaining order and protecting the prisoners. And there was no recourse. Who were you going to report it to? The captain, who might be the one committing the assault? The surgeon, who had probably witnessed it happening and done nothing? Some women became pregnant during the voyage. Whether through assault or through the rare consensual relationship, the result was the same. You were pregnant on a ship at sea, with minimal food, minimal medical care, and no ability to prepare for a child. Some women miscarried. Some gave birth during the voyage, in chains, in the hold, with only other prisoners to help them, because the ship's surgeon couldn't be bothered or didn't know how to assist with childbirth. And if a baby was born during the voyage, its chances of survival were minimal. Infants couldn't survive on salt beef and ship's biscuit. They needed milk, and if their mother was malnourished, which most women prisoners were, she might not be able to produce enough. Babies born on transport ships usually died within days or weeks. Their tiny bodies were wrapped in canvas and thrown overboard just like the adults. Burial at sea for a child who never had a chance. Eventually, after months of this, land would appear on the horizon. Australia. The ship would dock at Sydney or Hobart or one of the other colonial ports. And you'd be brought up from the hold, blinking in the sudden brightness of daylight that you hadn't seen properly in months. Your legs would be weak from lying on a wooden shelf for so long. Your body would be emaciated from the inadequate diet. Your skin would be pale and possibly marked with scurvy lesions. You'd smell terrible because you hadn't been able to bathe properly in months. On the dock, colonial officials would be waiting. They'd have reports about you, sent from Pentonville or whatever prison you'd been held in before transportation. These reports detailed your behavior during your imprisonment. Were you obedient? Did you work hard? Did you cause trouble? Your future in Australia depended largely on what these reports said. If your behavior had been good, you might receive what was called a ticket of leave. This was essentially parole. You were assigned to a master, a settler who needed workers. You'd work for them for a set period, usually for wages, though a portion of those wages would go back to the government to repay the costs of your transportation and upkeep. If you behaved well during this period, you might eventually earn your freedom. You could claim land, start a business, build a life. But if your behavior reports were poor, if you've been troublesome in prison or violent or frequently punished, you were assigned to hard labor. Chain gangs. You'd be marched out of the port, still in chains, to work sites where you'd build roads, clear land, break rocks. All under the harsh Australian sun, in conditions that made Victorian prisons look comfortable by comparison. The worst offenders were sent to places like Port Arthur in Tasmania. Port Arthur was a prison within a prison, a special facility for the most difficult prisoners. It was built on a peninsula connected to the mainland by a narrow strip of land that was heavily guarded. Escape was virtually impossible. The labor there was brutal. The discipline was severe. Port Arthur had its own separate system, its own isolation cells, its own methods of breaking prisoners who were considered already broken. Some transported convicts did manage to build successful lives in Australia. They served their sentences. They earned their freedom. They claimed land or started businesses. They married and had families. They became respected members of colonial society. Australia has many families today who can trace their ancestry back to transported convicts, and there's no shame in that heritage anymore. In some circles, it's even a source of pride. My ancestor was tough enough to survive transportation and build a new life in a harsh land. But for every success story, there were dozens of prisoners who died in the colonies, worked to death in chain gangs, succumbed to disease, died of despair, were killed trying to escape. The historical record is full of names and numbers, but light on individual stories. Most transported convicts disappeared into the vast Australian landscape and were forgotten. The families left behind in England suffered too. If your husband or father or brother was transported, you probably never saw them again. Communication was difficult and expensive. Letters took months to arrive, if they arrived at all. Many transported convicts never wrote home, either because they were ashamed or because they wanted their families to move on and forget them, or because they were dead. Wives were left to raise children alone with no financial support. They couldn't remarry because their husbands weren't legally dead, just gone. Children grew up without fathers, carrying the social stigma of being a convict's family. The transportation of one person created ripples of suffering that spread through entire families and communities. By the 1850s and 1860s, the Australian colonies were getting increasingly vocal in their complaints about transportation. They were trying to build respectable societies, and having thousands of convicts arriving every year wasn't helping their reputation. Free settlers didn't want to live in what was essentially a massive prison colony. They wanted Australia to be seen as a land of opportunity, not a dumping ground for Britain's criminals. The British government was also starting to question whether transportation was effective. It was expensive. It was logistically complicated. And there was growing evidence that it wasn't deterring crime. People kept committing crimes even knowing they might be transported, either because they were desperate enough that even Australia seemed preferable to starving in England, or because they didn't think they'd get caught. Transportation to Australia officially ended in 1868. The last convict ship arrived in Western Australia that year. But the legacy continued. The prisons built to hold convicts waiting for transport. Places like Pentonville remained. The philosophy of punishment through isolation and hard labor remained. The systems and structures built around transportation were simply redirected toward domestic imprisonment. And in Australia, the descendants of transported convicts had to live with that legacy. For generations, having convict ancestry was a source of shame. People would hide it, deny it, invent more respectable family histories. It's only in recent decades that attitudes have shifted, that Australians have embraced their convict heritage as part of their national story. The story of transportation is ultimately about distance and exile, about taking people who'd committed crimes, some serious and some trivial, and sending them to the farthest place imaginable. About creating a punishment that lasted not just for years, but for generations. About families torn apart by oceans too vast to cross. About people who died alone in a foreign land, buried in unmarked graves, forgotten by everyone who'd ever known them. When we think about Victorian prisons, we often think about the physical buildings, the stone walls and iron bars. But transportation reminds us that punishment extended far beyond those walls. The prison was just the beginning. For over 160,000 people, the real sentence was exile. And that sentence, in many ways, had no end date. There's something almost perverse about how fame functions in relation to punishment. If you're nobody, if you're just another poor person convicted of theft or assault, you can suffer and die in prison, and nobody outside those walls will know or care. Your name will appear in a register as a number. Your suffering will be documented in medical logs that nobody reads. And when you die, you'll be buried in an unmarked grave in the prison cemetery, just another forgotten soul. But if you're famous, if you have a name that people recognize, if your imprisonment becomes a public scandal, then suddenly the system has to at least pretend to care. Suddenly, there are newspaper articles and public outcry and questions in Parliament. Fame doesn't necessarily make your imprisonment any easier, but it makes it visible. And visibility, in a system built on making people disappear, is its own form of power. Let me tell you about some famous prisoners whose stories illuminate different aspects of the Victorian prison system. Because their stories, precisely because they were famous enough to be recorded and remembered, show us things that thousands of anonymous prisoners experienced, but couldn't articulate or preserve. Let's start before the Victorian era properly begins, with a man whose legend haunted Victorian prisons even though he died decades before they were built. Jack Sheppard. The name alone became synonymous with daring escapes and criminal cleverness. Sheppard was a young carpenter turned burglar who operated in London in the 1720s. But what made him famous wasn't his crimes, which were relatively petty. It was his escapes. Jack Sheppard escaped from prison 4 times. 4 times. From different prisons in London, including the supposedly escape-proof Newgate. His most famous escape happened in October 1724. He was locked in a cell on the 3rd floor of Newgate, chained hand and foot, with additional chains securing him to the floor. The cell had a door with multiple locks, and beyond the door were 6 more locked doors between him and freedom. Sheppard picked the locks on his chains using a bent nail. Then he broke through the chimney in his cell, climbed up to the roof, crossed the roof, broke into another building, made his way down through that building, and emerged onto the street. The whole escape took hours. It required strength, ingenuity, and an almost suicidal level of courage, because one slip would have meant falling to his death. When the authorities discovered he was gone the next morning, London went crazy. This was the kind of story that spread like wildfire. A common criminal, chained and imprisoned in the most secure jail in London, had waltzed out like it was nothing. Ballads were written about him. Plays were performed. Jack Sheppard became a folk hero to the poor and working classes, who saw him as thumbing his nose at authority. He was recaptured 2 weeks later and hanged in November 1724. His execution drew a crowd estimated at 200,000 people. That's roughly 1/3 of London's entire population at the time, all gathered to watch this 22-year-old die. Even in death, he was legendary. Why am I telling you about Jack Sheppard in a documentary about Victorian prisons? Because his legend lived on. Victorian prison architects and administrators were obsessed with preventing escapes. The thick walls, the small high windows, the radial designs that allowed constant surveillance, all of this was partly a response to the nightmare scenario of another Jack Sheppard. The Victorian prison was built specifically to make escape impossible, to ensure that no prisoner, however clever or determined, could repeat Sheppard's feat. Now let's jump forward to someone who did experience Victorian imprisonment firsthand, and whose experience shaped public opinion in ways the authorities couldn't control. John Dickens, father of Charles Dickens, was imprisoned in Marshalsea Debtors' Prison in 1824. Debtors' prisons were slightly different from criminal prisons, but they shared many features. If you owed money and couldn't pay, you could be imprisoned until the debt was settled. This created an absurd situation where you were imprisoned and therefore unable to work and therefore unable to earn money to pay your debt. People could spend years in debtors' prisons, with no end in sight, because they had no way to pay what they owed. John Dickens owed £40, roughly 6 months' wages for a clerk like him. Not a fortune, but enough to get him imprisoned. And because he had no other options, his entire family moved into the prison with him. This was allowed in debtors' prisons. Your family could live with you, sharing your cell or cells, existing in this strange limbo between freedom and imprisonment. Charles Dickens was 12 years old when his father was imprisoned. While his family lived in Marshalsea, Charles was sent to work in a blacking factory, applying labels to bottles of shoe polish for 10 hours a day. He was taken out of school. His education ended. His childhood ended. And this experience, these months of working in a factory while his father was in prison for debt, traumatized him so deeply that he barely spoke about it as an adult. But it also shaped everything he wrote. Charles Dickens became one of Victorian England's most famous and influential novelists, and his novels are full of the prison system and its injustices. Little Dorrit is set partly in Marshalsea. Oliver Twist deals with workhouses and the criminal underworld. A Christmas Carol has Scrooge dismissing the poor by suggesting prisons and workhouses are sufficient to deal with them. David Copperfield includes scenes of child labor and poverty. Dickens used his fame and his writing to advocate for social reform. He wrote newspaper articles condemning the separate system after visiting Eastern State Penitentiary in Philadelphia. He campaigned against public executions. He raised awareness about the conditions in workhouses and prisons. And because he was Charles Dickens, because he was beloved by the public and read by everyone from the working class to the Queen, his voice mattered. He couldn't single-handedly change the system, but he contributed to shifting public opinion. Now let's talk about Oscar Wilde, whose imprisonment became one of the most famous scandals of the late Victorian era. In 1895, Wilde was at the height of his career. He was a celebrated playwright. His plays The Importance of Being Earnest and An Ideal Husband were both running in London theaters. He was witty, famous, living a life of aesthetic pleasure and artistic success. And then he was arrested and charged with gross indecency, the legal term for homosexual acts. The trial was a public spectacle. The prosecution detailed Wilde's relationships with young men. The defense argued that Wilde was being persecuted for his artistic sensibilities, not for any actual crime. The jury convicted him, and he was sentenced to 2 years of hard labor. Wilde spent time in several prisons, including Pentonville, Wandsworth, and finally Reading Jail. For someone of Wilde's sensitivity, someone who lived for beauty and art and intellectual stimulation, the Victorian prison system was particularly devastating. He was subjected to the same rules as everyone else. Silence. Isolation. Turning the crank in his cell thousands of times per day to earn his meals. Eating the same terrible food. Wearing the same rough uniform. Being treated not as Oscar Wilde, the brilliant writer, but as prisoner C.3.3, just another convict. The psychological torture of this was immense. Wilde wrote about it later in 2 works. De Profundis is a long letter written while he was in prison, addressed to his former lover Lord Alfred Douglas. It's a meditation on suffering, on how his imprisonment had destroyed him, on how he'd been reduced from a man of art and pleasure to a broken thing in a cell. The Ballad of Reading Gaol is a poem published after his release. It tells the story of a man executed at Reading for murdering his wife. But it's really about the dehumanization of all prisoners, the way the system reduces people to numbers and makes their suffering invisible. One of the most famous lines from that poem is, "Yet each man kills the thing he loves." But there's another line that's equally powerful and less often quoted. "For he who lives more lives than one / more deaths than one must die." Wilde was talking about how the prison system killed parts of you while leaving your body alive. You died spiritually, intellectually, emotionally, even as you kept breathing. Oscar Wilde entered prison as a celebrity and emerged broken. His health was ruined. His spirit was crushed. He lived only 3 years after his release, dying in exile in Paris in 1900 at age 46. He was never able to write another play. The prison system had taken one of Victorian England's greatest writers and destroyed him. But Wilde's fame meant his imprisonment couldn't be hidden. The newspapers covered every detail. The public was fascinated and horrified. And his writings about the experience gave voice to what thousands of other prisoners had suffered but couldn't articulate. He made visible the invisible suffering of the Victorian prison system. There were also political prisoners, whose imprisonments became causes célèbres. The Fenians, Irish Republicans fighting for independence from Britain, were arrested and imprisoned throughout the Victorian era. Some were executed, some were transported, some were held in English prisons under harsh conditions. In 1867, Fenians attempted to free one of their members from Clerkenwell Prison in London by blowing up part of the prison wall. The explosion killed 12 people and injured dozens more. It didn't free the prisoner they were trying to rescue, but it terrified the British public and led to a crackdown on Irish political movements. One of the Fenians involved in another escape attempt, Michael Barrett, became the last person publicly executed in England. He was hanged outside Newgate Prison in 1868 in front of a massive crowd. After that, executions were moved inside prisons, behind walls, because the public spectacle had become too controversial and too prone to creating martyrs. The suffragettes, women fighting for the right to vote, were also imprisoned beginning in the early 1900s, technically just after the Victorian era ended but still operating under Victorian prison philosophy. The suffragettes adopted a tactic that terrified the authorities: the hunger strike. They refused to eat, using their own bodies as weapons against the system. The prison authorities responded with force feeding. Women who refused to eat were held down by warders, 5 or 6 people restraining one struggling woman. A tube would be forced down her throat, or up her nose, and liquid food would be poured directly into her stomach. This wasn't a medical procedure done with care. This was violence disguised as health care. Women described choking, gagging, vomiting blood. The tubes would tear the delicate tissues of the throat and nose. Some women suffered permanent damage to their digestive systems. But the authorities justified it by saying they had to keep the prisoners alive. They had a duty of care. Emmeline Pankhurst, the leader of the suffragette movement, was arrested and imprisoned repeatedly between 1908 and 1914. Each time, she went on hunger strike. Each time, she was forcibly fed. And each time, the newspapers covered it. The public was outraged. The suffragettes were portrayed as martyrs suffering for a just cause, which is exactly what they wanted. Their imprisonments and the brutal treatment they endured generated sympathy for their movement. Fame functioned differently for different types of prisoners. For criminals like Jack Sheppard, fame made them folk heroes, but didn't spare them from execution. For people like Charles Dickens's father, the shame of imprisonment was something to be hidden and overcome, but it provided material that would later fuel social reform. For Oscar Wilde, fame meant his suffering was visible, but also meant his fall from grace was public and permanent. For political prisoners, like the Fenians and suffragettes, fame was a weapon they wielded deliberately, using their imprisonments to generate publicity for their causes. But here's what's crucial to understand. For every famous prisoner whose story we know, there were thousands of anonymous prisoners whose stories were lost. People who suffered the same conditions, endured the same brutality, but whose names appear only as numbers in registers that nobody reads. The famous prisoner stories are valuable because they illuminate the system. They give us detailed accounts of what imprisonment was like. But they're not the whole story. They're just the tiny visible tip of an enormous iceberg of suffering. The Victorian prison system was designed to make people disappear, to take individuals with names and stories and reduce them to numbers in cells. Fame was one of the few things that could resist that erasure. If you were famous enough, if people outside the prison walls knew your name and cared about your fate, then the system couldn't make you completely invisible. You had a voice, even if that voice was muffled by stone walls and official censorship. And sometimes, those voices reached beyond the prison and changed things. Charles Dickens's novels helped shift public opinion about poverty and social justice. Oscar Wilde's writings exposed the cruelty of the prison system to people who'd never thought about it before. The suffragettes' hunger strikes generated sympathy for women's rights. Political prisoners became martyrs for their causes. The lesson here isn't that fame makes imprisonment easier. Oscar Wilde would tell you it didn't. The lesson is that visibility matters, that bearing witness matters, that telling stories about suffering can slowly, painfully, sometimes make a difference. The thousands of anonymous prisoners couldn't tell their stories, but the famous ones could. And through their stories, we can glimpse the experiences of all those others whose names we'll never know. I need you to understand something that might shock you. Right now, as you're reading this or listening to this, there are people living in Victorian prisons. Not replicas. Not museums. Actual Victorian prisons. The same buildings we've been talking about. Built in the 1840s and 1850s based on the same philosophies we've been examining. 32 Victorian prisons are still operational in England and Wales as of 2025. 32. These buildings are over 150 years old. Some are pushing 170 years old. And they're still being used to house human beings. Roughly 22,000 prisoners, about a quarter of England's total prison population, are held in buildings designed in an era when solitary confinement was considered therapeutic and hard labor was supposed to crush the spirit. Let that sink in for a moment. We're in 2025. We have smartphones and artificial intelligence and electric cars. We've been to the moon. We've mapped the human genome. And yet, we're still locking people up in buildings designed when people thought phrenology was science, and that drilling holes in people's heads could cure mental illness. Let me tell you about HMP Liverpool. This prison opened in 1855. That's 170 years ago. Abraham Lincoln was still practicing law. The Crimean War was happening. Charles Dickens was still alive and writing. And the building that was constructed that year to house prisoners is still being used for the same purpose today. In 2017, inspectors visited HMP Liverpool. These are official government inspectors, whose job is to assess prison conditions and write reports. And the report they wrote about Liverpool uses words like squalid and describes it as having some of the worst conditions the inspection team had ever seen. In a Victorian prison. In 2017. In one of the wealthiest countries in the world. The inspectors found severe overcrowding. Cells designed for one prisoner in the 1850s now holding 2 or 3. Violence was endemic. Drug use was widespread. The building itself was literally falling apart. Plaster crumbling from walls. Plumbing that didn't work properly. Heating systems that failed regularly, leaving prisoners freezing in winter. Ventilation so poor that the air quality was dangerous. After this damning report, the government announced a £6 million refurbishment of HMP Liverpool. £6 million sounds like a lot of money, right? Surely that would fix the problems. Except here's what £6 million got you. Paint. New paint on the walls. Some repairs to the most obviously broken infrastructure. Basically, putting a fresh coat of paint on a building that was fundamentally unfit for purpose. Because here's the thing about Victorian prisons. The problems aren't cosmetic. You can paint the walls. You can replace the toilets. You can update the electrical wiring. But you can't change the fundamental architecture. You can't make the cells bigger. You can't add windows that let in actual light. You can't reconfigure the radial design that was explicitly created for maximum surveillance and control. You can't undo 170 years of institutional decay. So why are we still using these buildings? Why hasn't Britain built new, modern prisons and closed these Victorian relics? 3 main reasons, and they're all depressingly practical. First, cost. Building a new prison is enormously expensive. We're talking hundreds of millions of pounds per facility. In an era of austerity, when governments are cutting funding for schools and hospitals and social services, spending vast sums on new prisons is politically difficult. It's much easier to patch up the old buildings, to keep them limping along, even when everyone knows they're inadequate. Second, capacity. England's prison population has grown massively over the past few decades. More people are being imprisoned. Sentences are getting longer. The system needs space to hold all these people. Closing Victorian prisons would mean finding somewhere else to put 22,000 prisoners. New prisons take years to build. So the old ones stay open, because the alternative is literally having nowhere to put people who've been sentenced to imprisonment. Third, and this one is perhaps the most honest, nobody wants a new prison built near them. This is the NIMBY effect. Not in my backyard. Everyone agrees in the abstract that prisons need to exist, and that the Victorian ones should be replaced. But the moment the government proposes building a new prison in a specific location, the local community protests. Property values will drop. It will bring crime to the area. Our children won't be safe. So new prisons face massive local opposition, which makes them politically toxic and practically difficult to build. So the Victorian prisons persist. Not because anyone thinks they're good. Not because anyone believes they serve their purpose well. But because closing them is harder than keeping them open. It's institutional inertia at its finest. But it's not just that the buildings are old. It's that the old buildings actively create danger. In 2018, HMP Birmingham, another Victorian prison, experienced a serious riot. Prisoners took control of entire wings. They set fires. They weaponized the building itself, using broken furniture and pieces of the Victorian architecture as improvised weapons. It took 12 hours for authorities to regain control. Similar incidents have happened at HMP Bedford, HMP Liverpool, and other Victorian prisons. The buildings are degrading. The infrastructure is fragile. And when disorder breaks out, these old prisons become dangerous for everyone inside them, prisoners and staff alike. But here's what really should concern us. It's not just that we're using old buildings. It's that we're still using old philosophies. The Victorian approach to punishment, the belief that suffering itself is redemptive, that making prison deliberately terrible will deter crime and reform criminals, that's still embedded in how we think about imprisonment. Solitary confinement, which we now call segregation or isolation, is still used in British prisons. We know it causes psychological damage. We have over a century of evidence, going back to those prison doctors in the 1840s, documenting prisoners' madness. We know that prolonged isolation drives people insane. And yet, we still do it. We lock prisoners alone in cells for 23 hours a day, sometimes for weeks or months at a time. Prison labor still exists, though it's different from the Victorian treadmill and crank. Prisoners work for minimal wages, sometimes as little as a few pounds per week, making products or providing services that generate profit for private companies or the prison system itself. The work is supposed to teach skills and maintain order. But there's still an element of the old philosophy that prisoners should work hard for their keep, that labor is part of punishment. The phrase, tough on crime, is a modern version of Sir Edmund Duquesne's Victorian Trinity: hard labor, hard fare, hard board. The belief that prison should be deliberately unpleasant, that comfort or rehabilitation programs are coddling criminals, that punishment should mean suffering. That's still the dominant political position in Britain and in many other countries. COVID-19 exposed just how fragile and dangerous this system is. When the pandemic hit in 2020, prisons went into lockdown. Prisoners were confined to their cells for 23 hours a day. Visits were suspended. Programs and activities were canceled. Education stopped. Exercise was severely limited. Sound familiar? It should, because it's essentially the Victorian separate system all over again. 23 hours in your cell. 1 hour out for exercise in an isolated yard. No real human contact. No meaningful activity to occupy your mind. And the mental health crisis that resulted was immediate and severe. Rates of self-harm skyrocketed. Suicide attempts increased. Prisoners reported the same symptoms that Victorian doctors had documented in the 1840s. Hallucinations, paranoia, depression, anxiety, breakdowns. The same isolation that drove prisoners mad in Pentonville drove them mad during COVID lockdowns. The infrastructure was ready for it, you see. The Victorian prisons were designed for isolation. The cells had doors that could lock. The architecture supported complete separation. When the pandemic required isolating prisoners, the system could simply revert to its original Victorian design principles. The buildings remembered what they were built for, even if we tried to forget. But it doesn't have to be this way. There are alternative models. Scandinavian countries, particularly Norway, have developed a completely different approach to imprisonment. Their prisons focus on rehabilitation rather than punishment. The facilities look nothing like Victorian prisons. They have small housing units, not massive cell blocks. Prisoners have private rooms with furniture, not cells with wooden shelves. There are kitchens where prisoners cook their own meals. Common areas for socializing. Education and vocational training programs. The Norwegian system treats prisoners as people who are going to eventually return to society, So the goal is to give them skills and support to successfully reintegrate. The staff are trained as social workers, not just guards. The whole philosophy is different. Prison is the punishment, the loss of freedom. Everything else inside should be as normal as possible, preparing people for life after release. And it works. Norway has one of the lowest recidivism rates in the world. Only about 20% of released prisoners reoffend within 2 years. In Britain, it's nearly 50%. Half of all prisoners released in Britain are back in prison within 2 years. The system isn't reforming people. It's creating a revolving door where the same people cycle in and out, never breaking free. So why doesn't Britain adopt the Norwegian model? Again, cost is one factor. But there's also public opinion. There's a widespread belief, reinforced by politicians and media, that prisons should be tough. That making them comfortable is an insult to victims. That criminals don't deserve nice facilities. The Victorian idea that suffering is part of justice is deeply embedded in the culture. There have been attempts at reform. In the early 2000s, the government announced plans to close several Victorian prisons and build modern replacements. Some new prisons were built, but most of the Victorian ones stayed open. The plans were scaled back due to cost. The political will wasn't there. In 2016, then Prime Minister David Cameron gave a speech about prison reform. He acknowledged that the system was broken. He talked about rehabilitation and education. He announced plans to close old prisons and build new therapeutic facilities. It sounded promising. But then, he resigned a few months later after the Brexit referendum, and most of those plans were quietly shelved. This is the pattern. Announcement of reform. Promising rhetoric. Then budget cuts or political changes or bureaucratic inertia, and nothing substantial happens. The Victorian prisons keep operating. The problems keep getting worse. And the cycle continues. The people who suffer most from this are, obviously, the prisoners themselves. But it's not just them. Prison staff work in these dangerous, degrading environments too. They deal with overcrowding and violence, and the stress of working in buildings that are literally crumbling around them. The high rates of PTSD and mental illness among prison staff are well documented. This system breaks everyone it touches, not just the prisoners. And then, there's the broader social cost. We know that most prisoners will eventually be released. And when they are, what have we done to prepare them for successful reintegration? We've housed them in brutal conditions. We've given them minimal education or training. We've traumatized them through isolation and violence. We've marked them with criminal records that make employment difficult. And then we act surprised when they struggle to stay out of trouble and end up back in prison. The Victorian prison system was built on the belief that you could reform criminals by breaking them down completely and rebuilding them as productive citizens. It didn't work then, and it doesn't work now. But we keep doing it anyway, because change is difficult and expensive and politically risky. Here's what makes me angriest about all of this. The Victorians, for all their faults, genuinely believed their system would work. They thought isolation would lead to reflection and redemption. They thought hard labor would instill discipline. They were wrong, catastrophically wrong, but they believed they were doing the right thing. We don't have that excuse. We have over a century of evidence showing that the Victorian approach doesn't work. We have examples of better systems in other countries. We have the research and the knowledge and the resources to do better. We're not ignorant. We're not lacking information. We're just unwilling to change. Every day that we keep 22,000 people locked up in Victorian prisons, we're making a choice. We're choosing preservation of old systems over creation of new ones. We're choosing short-term budget considerations over long-term social benefits. We're choosing punishment over rehabilitation. We're choosing to repeat Victorian mistakes despite knowing better. The buildings themselves stand as monuments to that choice. Walk past HMP Pentonville or HMP Wandsworth or HMP Liverpool, and you're looking at living history. Not history as something dead and past, but history as something still actively shaping the present. Those stone walls have held hundreds of thousands of people over the decades. How many minds have been broken behind those walls? How many lives have been destroyed? How many families have been torn apart? And the truly disturbing question, how many more will suffer the same fate before we finally decide that 170 years is long enough, that the Victorian experiment has failed, that it's time to tear down these monuments to suffering and build something better in their place? The answer, I suspect, is more than we'd like to admit, because changing systems is hard, especially systems that have been operating the same way for over a century, especially when those systems serve political purposes, when being tough on crime wins elections, when voters demand punishment and politicians deliver it. But the cost of not changing, the human cost, is immeasurable. Every person damaged by a system we know is broken. Every family separated by sentences that could have been alternatives. Every child who grows up visiting a parent in a Victorian prison, learning that this is how society treats people who make mistakes. Every staff member traumatized by working in conditions that would be illegal in almost any other workplace. The Victorian era ended over a century ago, but its prisons endure. And as long as they do, as long as we keep using them, as long as we keep following the same philosophies that created them, the Victorian era isn't really over at all. It's still here, behind those stone walls, crushing spirits and breaking bodies and perpetuating cycles of crime and punishment that benefit no one. That's the legacy. And it's one we need to confront honestly if we ever want to move beyond it. We've walked through those iron gates together. We've stood in 13 by 7 foot cells and felt the weight of isolation pressing down. We've watched the treadmill turn and turn and turn, going nowhere. We've heard the silence enforced so strictly it drove people mad. We've seen mothers separated from children, watched kids imprisoned for stealing bread, followed convicts onto ships bound for the other side of the world. We've traced the architecture of suffering and examined the philosophy that justified it. And now we need to ask ourselves, what does all of this mean? Why does it matter that we understand what happened in Victorian prisons? These buildings are old. These events happened decades or centuries ago. Most of the people involved are long dead. Why should we care? We should care because the Victorian prison system reveals something fundamental about human nature and about how societies can go catastrophically wrong while believing they're doing right. The Victorians weren't monsters. That's what makes their stories so unsettling. They were people who genuinely believed they were improving society, reforming criminals, creating a more just and moral world. And in pursuit of those beliefs, they built a system that destroyed hundreds of thousands of lives. Let me be very clear about this. The architects of the Victorian prison system, people like William Crawford and Reverend Whitworth Russell and Captain Joshua Jebb, they weren't sadists. They weren't cackling villains designing torture chambers. They were reformers. They were people who looked at the brutal punishments of earlier eras, the public hangings and brandings and mutilations, and said, "There must be a better way." They were humanitarians, at least in their own minds. And that's terrifying, because if well-intentioned people with genuine desires to improve the world can create such horrific systems, then none of us are immune to similar failures. Good intentions are not enough. Believing you're doing the right thing is not enough. Certainty, especially moral certainty, can be incredibly dangerous. The Victorians were so certain, so convinced that their system was scientifically sound, morally correct, philosophically justified. They had theories about how isolation would lead to reflection. They had beliefs about how hard labor would instill discipline. They had confidence that religious instruction would reform sinners. And when the evidence started mounting that their system was driving people insane, they couldn't accept it. They couldn't admit they were wrong because they'd invested too much, built too much, committed too publicly to their approach. This is the first lesson we need to take from Victorian prisons. Beware of certainty. Beware of systems built on unshakable conviction. Maintain humility. Be willing to question your own assumptions, to look at evidence that contradicts your beliefs, to change course when something isn't working. The Victorians' inability to do this, their pride and their certainty, caused immeasurable suffering. The second lesson is about dehumanization. The Victorian prison system worked, to the extent it worked at all, by reducing people to categories. You weren't a person with a story and a context and reasons for what you'd done. You were a criminal, part of the criminal class, a number in a register, a body to be managed and controlled. This dehumanization made everything else possible. It made it possible to separate mothers from children and think that was just. It made it possible to lock 7-year-olds in solitary confinement and believe that was therapeutic. It made it possible to work people on treadmills until their bodies broke and consider that appropriate punishment. When you reduce people to categories, when you strip away their individuality and their humanity, you can justify almost anything. Because you're not doing it to people anymore. You're doing it to criminals, to convicts, to prisoners, to numbers. The category becomes a barrier between you and empathy. We still do this today. We talk about illegal immigrants, welfare cheats, drug addicts, terrorists. We use categories that reduce complex human beings to single defining characteristics, usually negative ones. And once someone is in that category, we feel justified treating them in ways we'd never treat people we recognize as fully human. The Victorian prison system should remind us to resist these categories. To see people as people always. To remember that everyone has a story, a context, a web of circumstances that led them to where they are. That doesn't mean excusing harmful behavior. It doesn't mean abandoning accountability. But it means maintaining recognition of shared humanity even when dealing with people who've done terrible things. The third lesson is about system persistence. Once you build a system, once you create institutions and bureaucracies and physical infrastructure, those systems develop a momentum of their own. They resist change. They perpetuate themselves. Even when everyone involved knows the system isn't working well, even when the evidence of failure is overwhelming, changing course becomes incredibly difficult. We've seen this with the Victorian prisons themselves. 32 of them still operating. Still housing people in buildings designed over a century ago based on philosophies we now know were destructive. Why? Because they exist. Because they're there. Because closing them would require building alternatives, spending money, making difficult decisions. It's easier to keep patching them up, to keep limping along with inadequate solutions, than to make fundamental changes. This happens with all kinds of systems. Educational systems that everyone agrees aren't serving students well, but that persist because change is hard. Healthcare systems that have obvious flaws, but resist reform because of vested interests and institutional inertia. Criminal justice systems that clearly aren't reducing crime or improving lives, but continue operating the same way year after year. The lesson here is that incremental reform is sometimes not enough. Sometimes you need to be willing to tear down and rebuild. Sometimes you need radical reimagining rather than gradual adjustment. The Victorian prison system needed to be fundamentally rethought, not just tweaked around the edges. We needed to abandon the core philosophy, not just reduce the period of isolation from 18 months to 12 months to 9 months. But radical change is scary and expensive and politically difficult. So we default to incrementalism, to small adjustments, to reforms that don't address fundamental problems. And the systems persist, perpetuating harm across generations. The fourth lesson is about whose voices matter. The architects of the Victorian prison system, the people making decisions about how prisoners should be treated, they never experienced what they were imposing on others. Governors never spent 18 months in solitary confinement. Chaplains never turned the crank for 10 hours a day. Prison commissioners never ate nothing but gruel and stale bread for months on end. They designed systems for other people to endure, based on theories about how those experiences would affect people, without ever subjecting themselves to those experiences. They were imagining what isolation or hard labor would feel like, rather than knowing. And their imaginations were wrong. This is a pattern we see repeatedly in history and in contemporary society. People in positions of power making decisions about how less powerful people should live, without direct experience of those conditions. Wealthy legislators cutting welfare benefits they'd never needed to rely on. Politicians who've never been homeless making laws about where homeless people can sleep. People who've never been in prison deciding what prison should be like. There's a solution to this, and it's actually quite simple in principle though difficult in practice. Center the voices of people with direct experience. If you want to know what prisoners need, ask current and former prisoners. If you want to know how to reduce homelessness, talk to homeless people. If you want to reform education, listen to students and teachers. This doesn't mean that only people with direct experience should have input, but it means their voices should be prioritized, weighted heavily, given authority. The Victorians would have avoided some of their worst mistakes if they'd listened to prisoners describing their experiences rather than dismissing those accounts as shamming or weakness. The fifth lesson is about the purpose of punishment. What are we trying to accomplish when we punish people? The Victorians had multiple, often conflicting goals. They wanted to deter crime by making punishment so terrible that people would be too frightened to break laws. They wanted to exact retribution, to make criminals suffer because suffering was justice. They wanted to reform offenders, to transform them into better people. They wanted to protect society by removing dangerous individuals. These goals don't always align. In fact, they often contradict each other. Making punishment terrible enough to deter crime probably doesn't create conditions conducive to reformation. Focusing on retribution and suffering might satisfy a desire for justice, but doesn't necessarily protect society if prisoners are released more damaged and dangerous than when they entered. The Victorians tried to accomplish all these goals simultaneously, and ended up accomplishing none of them well. Their prisons didn't significantly deter crime. They didn't successfully reform most prisoners. The retribution came at a massive human and social cost, and they often made offenders more likely to commit future crimes rather than less likely. We still haven't resolved these tensions. We still want punishment to serve multiple purposes that may be fundamentally incompatible. And until we're willing to have honest conversations about what we're actually trying to achieve, about what the primary purpose of imprisonment should be, we'll continue to have systems that fail at everything. If the goal is public safety, then rehabilitation should be the priority, because we want people leaving prison less likely to offend than when they entered. If the goal is retribution, then we should be honest about that and stop pretending we're reforming people. If the goal is deterrence, we need to grapple with the evidence suggesting that severity of punishment is far less important than certainty of being caught. But having these conversations requires confronting uncomfortable truths about what we actually want from our justice system. And one of those uncomfortable truths is that many people want vengeance. They want criminals to suffer. Not because suffering accomplishes anything useful, but because the suffering feels like justice. The Victorians at least were sometimes honest about this. We tend to hide that desire behind language about rehabilitation and public safety while still designing systems that prioritize punishment and suffering. The sixth lesson is about poverty and crime. Look at who was in Victorian prisons. The vast majority were poor people convicted of survival crimes. Stealing food. Stealing clothing. Prostitution. Minor offenses committed by desperate people trying to survive in a society that offered them no legitimate ways to meet their basic needs. The Victorian response was to punish the symptoms while ignoring the disease. They built 90 prisons to house people who stole food, but they didn't address why people were so hungry they had to steal. They imprisoned women for prostitution, but didn't create alternative ways for poor women to support themselves. They locked up children for theft, but didn't provide support for families in desperate poverty. This is still happening. Our prisons are full of poor people. People who committed crimes connected to poverty, to lack of opportunity, to desperation. And we respond by punishing individuals, while doing relatively little to address the systemic conditions that create crime in the first place. You cannot solve crime without addressing poverty. You cannot reduce imprisonment without creating economic opportunity. You cannot break cycles of recidivism without giving people alternatives. The Victorians failed to understand this, or perhaps they understood it but didn't care enough to act on it. We have less excuse for the same failure. The seventh and perhaps most important lesson is about human resilience and hope. Throughout this entire examination of Victorian prisons, throughout all the suffering and degradation and cruelty, what keeps emerging is evidence of humanity persisting. Prisoners who maintained their sense of self despite everything the system did to strip it away. Women who resisted separation from their children in whatever small ways they could. People who found moments of connection even in enforced silence. Prisoners who survived 18 months of isolation and came out still capable of love and hope and rebuilding their lives. The human spirit is remarkably resilient. The Victorian prison system was designed to break people, and it did break many. But it didn't break everyone. It didn't extinguish humanity completely, no matter how hard it tried. People found ways to endure. They held on to themselves. They survived. This resilience is important to recognize, not because it excuses the system that tested it so brutally, but because it reminds us that people are not just passive victims of their circumstances. They have agency, even in the most constrained situations. They make choices, even when all the choices are terrible. They maintain dignity, even when everything is designed to strip it away. And that resilience gives us hope. Not easy hope, not cheap optimism that things will automatically get better, but the stubborn, hard-earned hope that comes from knowing that humans can survive terrible things, and sometimes even transform them. The suffragettes turned their imprisonments into political weapons that helped win the vote. Oscar Wilde turned his suffering into art that still moves people today. Countless anonymous prisoners survived and went on to build lives, raise families, contribute to their communities. Systems can change because people change them. The Victorian prison system wasn't inevitable. It was built by people making choices, and it can be dismantled by people making different choices. This has happened before. We've moved away from public executions, from transportation, from the most extreme forms of solitary confinement. Change is slow, painfully slow, but it's possible. The Victorian era teaches us what can go wrong when good intentions meet moral certainty, when systems prioritize punishment over humanity, when we forget that prisoners are people who will eventually rejoin society. But it also teaches us that no system, however entrenched, is permanent, that awareness can spread, that evidence can accumulate, that eventually, usually far too late, and after far too much suffering, societies can decide to do better. We stand now at a moment of possibility. We have the knowledge, the resources, the examples of better approaches. We know what doesn't work because the Victorians showed us, extensively and expensively. We know what might work better because other countries have demonstrated it. The question is whether we have the will to change. That will have to come from all of us. From voters who demand rehabilitation over retribution. From politicians willing to take political risks for meaningful reform. From citizens willing to see prisoners as people who deserve humane treatment. From communities willing to welcome people back after they've served their sentences and support their reintegration. The Victorian prison system persists not because of active malice, but because of passive acceptance. Because it's easier not to think about it. Because prisoners are out of sight, and therefore out of mind. Because changing course is hard and expensive and complicated. But every day we accept that system, we're making a choice. We're choosing to continue Victorian mistakes despite knowing better. We're choosing institutional convenience over human welfare. We're choosing to perpetuate suffering that serves no useful purpose. Understanding Victorian prisons isn't just an exercise in history. It's a mirror showing us what happens when societies lose sight of human dignity, when punishment becomes an end in itself, when systems prioritize control over care. And it's a warning about what we risk perpetuating if we don't make conscious, deliberate, sustained efforts to do better. The lessons are there. The question is whether we're willing to learn them.